Welcome to Italy. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today, with the top seed looking to maintain his momentum. Phantom has an incredible 63% all-time win rate across thousands of games. He's coming into this with a lot of confidence after winning a few matches against Vortex earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if that head-to-head dominance actually carries over into this map. He's simply too fast right now, taking a third straight for the lead. The top seed is really feeling the pressure early on. A completely unscathed round for Phantom, showing some real grit to get back in this. It's a good look for the favorite to get his legs under him. He's not letting the deficit get to him, keeping the pressure high with another perfect round. He's completely overturned the early deficit to bring things level. This is exactly why he entered as the heavy favorite today. Vortex answers back quickly to reclaim a narrow lead. The world number one is having to fight for every inch. Vortex is really fighting the grain today, considering his recent 17-19 run over the last 24 hours. It looks like he's found a way to flip the script on the number one seed here. We just have to see if this momentum is enough to push the favorite into a truly desperate spot. What a response, evening things up at 5-5 and showing a lot of heart after that early slide. He's completely taken over the map, securing a third straight as we approach the break. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, the odds had Vortex as the pick to win, but he's currently struggling to close out any lead. Both players are trading blows, and this is leaning toward a major upset. Fresh start for both. Vortex holds the edge by 1 as we start this round. A strong start to the second half for the number 5 seed. A long exchange here, but he closes it out effortlessly to tie the series up. The top seed is definitely digging deep to stay in this. Finds the angle perfectly to clear him off the wine, continuing this surge. This puts the top-ranked man in a prime spot to close. Just a total lockdown right now. Taking a third straight for himself. Looking like a completely different set of hands compared to the first half. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to take a commanding lead. He's simply ignoring the pressure of the close call. Simply untouchable. He keeps the streak rolling to 5 straight. Vortex really needs to find an answer for the top seed here. Another effortless kill for Phantom, leaving him just a single round away from victory. The skill ceiling for the top seed is simply another level. Finally a break in that run, as Vortex manages to secure a clean kill. What a phenomenal recovery to seal the victory. Phantom closes this out with absolute precision. He just keeps winning these matchups. Vortex really pushed him in the first half, but he couldn't stop that late game slide. Welcome to Red Line. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off today, with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Vortex holds a huge historical edge here, winning about 57% of their career meetings. It's a dominant track record that usually gives him a lot of mental confidence in these duels. We'll see if Havoc can actually shake that pattern today. Vortex completely dismantles him off the ramp to move ahead 3-0. And he's back in it. That was a tight exchange, but the grit is showing as he manages to claw one back. It's a welcome shift in energy for the underdog. Vortex was too quick for him this time, just cleaning him right off the box. He's clearly showing why he's sitting inside the top 10 on the ladder. Vortex is just too sharp from the ramp right now, really building some dangerous momentum here. He's putting together a strong showing after a rough run against Phantom. Havoc is really leaning into the confidence from his recent 39 win over Vortex. It's clearly starting to offset the rating gap we're seeing between them. He's proving he can definitely take rounds of the favor. He's on fire right now, taking 3 in a row to almost erase that early deficit. A completely different energy than what he showed in that opening set. Vortex answers back immediately, keeping a 2-round cushion. He's definitely leaning on that higher ranking to stabilize things here. That's a perfect response to keep the deficit at just 1 before the break. Hats off to the reflexes. That was an incredibly fast exchange. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, this is a total deadlock. Havoc has completely ignored that 106-point rating gap to keep pace with the favorite through 12 rounds. Time to see who blinks first. He holds the height on the ramp to pull ahead 7-6. A surprising shift for the player who was widely expected to dominate. Havoc strikes back to make it an absolute deadlock. Vortex seems a bit shaken coming off that tough series against Phantom. Vortex claws back a narrow lead, sitting at 8. He's fighting through a tough day despite the current lead. He's just relentless right now, taking full control of the pace with 3 straight wins. The momentum is swinging back toward the 5th seed. He secures an effortless kill from the ramp, showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. That slows things down just a bit for the front runner. Havoc secures the tie from the ramp, continuing a gritty climb back into this game. Unbelievable, they absolutely tore into each other, but Havoc barely survives to keep his streak alive. Absolute nail-biter of a fight to secure that lead. What a run! He secures a clean kill from the ramp to take total control of the map. A complete reversal of what the pre-match favorites predicted. He's simply unstoppable now, reaching match point after 5 straight rounds of dominance. Hard to believe the favorite is struggling this much today. A clutch reflex play from Vortex to stop that momentum and keep the dream alive. He's fighting to get back to his usual level of play. Unreal, Havoc shuts the door with a perfect finish to complete a stunning recovery. He's truly making a statement today, just refusing to let the rankings define the result. What a performance. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc are facing off on Mapas with the heavy favorite looking for another win. Havoc really came out swinging to start things off, securing that first win from the ramp. A surprisingly clean start for someone with a rough run today. Phantom has an incredible 36 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this server. Since he holds the historical edge in their head-to-head, he'll be looking to establish control early. We've got a deadlock here with things tied at 2 apiece. The top seed is starting to look comfortable now. Havoc is really trading blows here, refusing to let the top seed pull away from him. A real gritty performance from the 11th ranked player. Neither fighter is backing down, we're sitting at 3-3. Phantom just keeps the pressure on, shutting down Havoc's attempt to take control of the ramp. The number 1 seed is really starting to flex his power. Another tie. Havoc just keeps finding an answer. The top ranked player is fighting an uphill battle here. Havoc is really starting to build some momentum, using that ramp to seize the lead. The top seed is certainly feeling the heat right now. And we're back to a dead heat at 5 apiece. The top seed looks far more composed than his opponent right now. Phantom is really beginning to put on a show here, shutting down that ramp play with ease. He really seems to have the read on his opponent today. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, that's exactly what you'd expect from the world number 1. He managed to string together a nice few rounds to keep Havoc from stealing the half. Havoc needs a huge push here. Phantom's recent form is absolutely staggering. With a 10-win streak entering this match, you can really see that confidence translates into how he's systematically breaking down Havoc's defense. He looks like he's completely in control of the pace. Phantom is pulling away, leading by 3 now. It's a familiar story, echoing their previous encounter on Dunes. Havoc is really struggling to get a foothold here, as Phantom just keeps adding to his tally. He is certainly playing like the top seed right now. A fierce battle for the high ground, and Havoc comes out on top! He's fighting a tough battle against a much higher rated opponent. The pace is just blistering right now. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. He's certainly showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Havoc is refusing to let this slip away, staying right in the mix. That was a blistering exchange to get back in this. Havoc is staying incredibly tough, clearing the ramp once again to keep this fight alive. The gap is closing fast for the underdog. Another one for Havoc. He is simply on fire right now. Absolute chaos right now as the lead is virtually gone. Unbelievable. He's completely taken over this server to force a total stalemate. What a turnaround. He's just a single round away from a stunning victory. Just a couple of seconds and he was over again. What an incredible finish. Havoc completes the comeback to take the series. I can't believe he actually pulled this off. That's a massive blow to the number 1 seed's perfect run today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom currently dominates the head-to-head record with a 61% win rate over the long term. You know, he's the top-seeded player in our rating and usually controls the pace in this matchup. Now he just needs to translate that superiority into a strong start here. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly looking to repeat those previous results against this opponent. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, making this look like a one-sided affair so far. Vortex is just dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. Vortex is playing a different game than he did in those recent losses. Both players landed some heavy damage, but he managed to outlast the exchange to extend his lead. Absolutely oppressive right now. He's just not letting up on the pressure. He's usually the heavy favorite in this rivalry, and it's showing. He's just totally shut down his opponent, moving his lead to 7 rounds. A quick response from the underdog to pull one back. He's certainly looking to find a way back to his usual form. Phantom has been extremely hot today with 28 wins in the last day. But that confidence hasn't translated to his movements in this specific match. He's just not finding an answer for the pressure. Vortex is putting on him. Vortex is simply untouchable, pushing the score to 9-2. Quite a shift from those previous meetings between these two. Vortex takes a huge lead heading into the break, 10-2. Honestly, everything is going exactly according to script. He's just far too strong right now for Phantom to handle. Time for Phantom to shake it off. Phantom is barely hanging on as Vortex hits 10. His #1 ranking is finally showing some life. Vortex stays firmly in control at 10-4. He's starting to look more like the top-seeded player on the ladder. Vortex is putting on a clinic today, making those recent losses look like a distant memory. Brutal shutdown of that brief rally, leaving Vortex just 1 round away from victory. Unreal. He survives a complete shootout to claw back around. Talk about a nail-biter of a close call there. Another clean take for Phantom, staying alive in this fight. This is the sort of resilience we expected from the higher-seeded player. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door on this one to secure the victory. He really stepped up to take down the world #1 today. Just an unbelievable result for the underdog. Welcome to the show. We've got a great matchup today on Fast Aim as Havoc takes on the favorite Vortex. Vortex holds a strong historical edge by winning 57% of their overall encounters. He looks poised to put that overall dominance on display today. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can shake off his poor form and push back. Havoc is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. Vortex was too quick for him there, knocking Havoc right off that toolbox to even things up. Vortex is proving exactly why he holds that higher rating on the ladder. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on, taking control of the pace here. Havoc is looking sharp, using that window height to keep this series completely deadlocked. Vortex is just slightly too quick for him, catching Havoc as he tries to hold the ramp. The number 5 rated guy is looking very comfortable right now. Vortex just can't be stopped right now, quickly picking Havoc off the ramp to build his lead. A fierce exchange of shots here, but he manages to come out on top to keep the streak alive. Havoc answers back with a strong effort, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's fighting a tough battle against a heavily favored opponent. Havoc has really been struggling lately, going only 8-26 in the last day. Well, he's fighting an uphill battle, not just against the score, but against his own recent slump. I wonder if he has enough left in the tank to claw back into this series. It is 8-4 for Vortex as we head into the break. And really, this is exactly the start we anticipated from the higher seed. He's simply out-muscling Havoc in most of these exchanges. Time to see if Havoc resets. Unreal, he survives with a single hit left after knocking Vortex right off those boxes. Absolutely unbelievable shot to stay in the game. He's on a roll, picking off his opponent from the wine box to close the gap further. He's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome. Another huge win for Havoc from the wine box, and his comeback is really starting to gain speed. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Vortex puts a hard stop to that momentum, quickly picking the opponent off the wine box. Vortex secures a firm 10-7 grip on this series. He's settling back into that dominant role he usually plays. Vortex manages to outlast him from the ground, dragging him down from the wine box to keep his momentum climbing. He is completely in control now, holding the ramp to put himself on match point. And that's it. He wraps up the map with a fierce final set of shots from the toolbox. He really just shuts the door on any hope of a comeback here. Vortex proves why he's so highly ranked. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Phantom taking on Havoc in today's matchup with a heavy favorite looking for a win. Phantom has clearly established himself as the dominant force in this head-to-head history, winning 65% of their meetings. It makes sense given the gap between them on the ladder. Let's see if Havoc can find a way to bridge that divide today. Both players fighting for the high ground, but Havoc just had the quicker reaction time. Phantom is just cruising right now with a 3-1 lead. The number 1 seed is quickly regaining control here. Phantom is practically running away with this 4-1 lead. The higher seed is taking full control of the tempo. A huge read by Havoc to put a halt to that momentum and pull closer. That was a remarkably sharp response to get back into this. Phantom is coming into this match with a strong 28-7 record today. He's definitely carrying that confidence into these early rounds. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can find a way to push this match closer into the second half. Phantom's holding a strong 6-3 lead, moving into round 9. He's looking to shake off that recent defeat to his opponent. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. Phantom is making everything look effortless right now. The momentum has completely shifted back to the server leader, who is now cruising into the break. He's firmly in control of the pace today. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as expected here. He's playing the part of the top seed, though Havoc is still putting up a decent fight. Let's see how they shake it off. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. Havoc is clearly not intimidated by the gap in the rankings. He's showing a lot of grit here, securing another round to keep this run going. He's proving that he can handle the pressure tonight. Unreal. Phantom barely scrapes through that fight, eventually knocking his opponent off the box. He really is the best player on the ladder right now. Phantom is really putting the squeeze on at 10-6. A lightning fast reflex play puts him back in the groove with freeze rate. He's on a tear now, taking total control as he reaches match point. Absolute perfection for the final blow. Phantom shuts the door on this. He's really showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Havoc just couldn't find an answer for those reactions. Welcome everyone, we've got a great match today in the arena featuring Phantom and Vortex. Let's see who takes it. Phantom currently holds a 28-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's coming in with a massive amount of confidence after that dominant win over Havoc. I'm curious to see if he can maintain this momentum throughout the series. He's simply too fast right now, moving a perfect 3-4-3. The top seed is making this look effortless right now. Gritty exchange here, but Vortex manages to claw back around to keep the gap manageable. He's fighting an uphill battle as the clear underdog today. Phantom is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. The top seed is really reminding us who owns the ladder. Incredible, Vortex barely survives with a sliver of health to keep this fight alive. He's really digging deep for every single round right now. Another clean frame for the underdog, who is refusing to let the deficit get out of hand. Vortex managed a very strong 13-6 result in their most recent face-off. It's a reminder that Phantom is far from safe in this series. We're seeing a very different dynamic today, but the underdog definitely knows how to dismantle this opponent. Vortex quickly shuts him down on the ramp, keeping the pressure high during this surge. The gap is closing as he fights to stay in this. Phantom secures that vertical advantage and a quick lead, heading into the final stretch. The top seed is putting on a clinic here. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Vortex to walk away with this, but the underdog is actually outperforming the favorite. He's definitely playing with more confidence right now. Fresh sides, new opportunities. Vortex manages to drag him off the ramp and shows real grit to stay in this. He's definitely making his presence felt after the side switch. He pulls another off and handles the ramp work effortlessly to level things up at 7-7. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to reclaim control. Vortex is completely taking over now, securing his third straight to claim the lead. The script has completely flipped in favor of the underdog. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. The favorite is looking completely lost in this game. He is simply untouchable right now, securing a 5th consecutive victory to tighten his grip on this game. Simply electric. He secures another one from the ramp to move within 2 of a victory. Purely oppressive. He's now just 1 step away from a massive upset. The favorite is completely shelled in this series. Finally, a breakthrough for him to slow this momentum down. He needed that to keep his hopes alive. He manages to clear the ramp for another victory, keeping the dream alive. This is a scary slide for the favorite to deal with. He's refusing to go down, picking off Vortex from the ramp to keep this run alive. What a turn of events. The momentum has shifted entirely. What a performance! Vortex closes the door with a final push to complete the comeback. He really proved he can hang with the top seed today. This is a huge statement for the 5th ranked player. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off on Mapas, with the favorite looking to dominate. Vortex enters this match with a significant edge, having won 57% of their lifetime encounters against Havoc. He has been in fine form today with an impressive string of victories in his recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can maintain his initial lead and flip the script on his opponent. He's just too fast, out-dueling Vortex from the ramp to take a commanding early lead. A tough start for the higher-rated player today. Vortex answers back with an effortless shot to prove he can still hang with his opponent. He's got to start stacking rounds if he wants to take this. Keeps the pressure on, refusing to let the opposition stretch this gap further. A completely different energy than that 13-11 loss he took against Zenith. He strikes again from the ramp, completely erasing that early deficit to level things up. This looks exactly like the kind of game the favorites usually push through. What a scrap. Havoc barely survives that exchange to reclaim a narrow lead. Absolute nail-biter of a duel to hold that lead. He's showing great resolve, securing another win from the ramp to level the score. He completely shuts the door on that run, putting himself back in control. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. He's completely shifted the tide here, picking up another effortless kill to extend the lead. Havoc claws one back in a messy exchange, narrowing the gap just before the break. A huge momentum shift for the 11th ranked player. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Havoc is really shaking things up here. He's refusing to be intimidated by the rank difference as we head into the second half. Time for a fresh start. Vortex pulls off a great read and drops the opponent right off the ramp. Vortex is just starting to find that expected form. Havoc fires back to bring us dead even. Absolute deadlock between these two right now. He's looking stronger by the minute, securing a clean victory to edge ahead. The experience gap is starting to show. Havoc strikes back, leaving us tied up at 8 apiece. Neither one is giving an inch today. Vortex is proving very hard to shake, putting himself back on top after that quick exchange. That's a solid response from the guy everyone expected to win. Havoc levels it at 9-9, keeping things wide open. The pressure is really on the 5th ranked player here. He's steadily recovering his ground here, taking that duel without taking a single hit. He's really leaning into that higher ranking right now. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that firefight, surviving with almost nothing to keep his momentum alive. Desperate attempt to stay in it, but it just wasn't enough. The ramp was the key here, and with that clean finish, Vortex moves to within a single round of victory. Havoc is showing some serious guts here, refusing to go down without a fight. He's making this an incredibly tight series. What a finale! He shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really pushed the pace and made his opponent sweat for every single point. He definitely had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have a great matchup today with Phantom and Havoc fighting for the win. Havoc takes a quick lead by using that ramp for a better vantage point. Hard way to start for the league's top seed. Phantom owns a massive head-to-head advantage with over 900 career wins against Havoc. It's no surprise he's entering this server with such high confidence. Let's see if the top seed can really put that history to use here. Phantom pushes his advantage by knocking him off the ramp. The world #1 is looking very comfortable right now. Havoc gets a clean look at this one to keep the score close. He's really fighting through the pressure today. We're all square at 3 apiece as they reset. His recent form hasn't been great, but he's playing like a man possessed. Phantom keeps the pressure high and finds his mark from the Tetris. The top seed is starting to look more in control. Now it's a dead heat as they head back out. Both players are shaking off some tough results against Vortex. Phantom grabs a narrow lead as we hit round 9. The skill gap is showing through in the close exchanges. Phantom just catches him right as he tries to hold that ramp, really putting the pressure on now. Phantom secures another from the Tetris to keep this heat going. He really looked dominant in their last meeting together. Phantom holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, the #1 seed is putting his higher rating on display. He's simply too consistent for Havoc to keep up with right now. Time for a fresh start here. Phantom has been on a tear with 27 wins over the last day. It's certainly helping him maintain this cushion, but we're seeing a bit of a shift in the energy. Let's see if Havoc can actually turn this into a real comeback. Phantom really knows how to use that high ground to shut down any momentum Havoc tries to build. A really tough afternoon for the #11 seed so far. Unreal, that was a complete slugfest, and he barely survives the encounter with just a sliver of health. He's really clinging on for his life in these exchanges. He's refusing to back down, taking a second straight map to keep this game alive. The underdog is definitely finding some gaps in the defense. Phantom quickly snaps back to control, picking Havoc right off that Tetris position. The top seed is proving why he holds that #1 spot. Phantom is really putting a chokehold on this series, making it very hard for Havoc to get any traction. Havoc is showing a lot of grit here, refusing to let this series slip away easily. Looking at that history, he's usually the one walking away with the victory. What a turnaround. He digs in and pushes the score to 12-8. A quick reaction there to keep things moving. Game over. He wipes him off that ramp to secure the series. He really tightened the screws when it counted. It's just too hard to climb a hill against the world's best right now. Welcome everyone to Italy. Phantom and Vortex are ready for action, with the favorite looking for a strong victory today. Phantom was just too quick on the draw to let Vortex hold that wine spot. He's looking incredibly sharp right now with a strong 28-8 record today. Vortex just gets a bit too much value from that wine position to keep the series level. Phantom enters this as the clear favorite on the ladder with a significantly higher rating. He usually controls the pace in these meetings, but he struggled to close out their last few head-to-head matchups. It'll be interesting to see if he can reverse that trend now. Vortex puts on a clinic from the wine, extending his run to 4 straight. A rough start for the #1 seed. He's refusing to go away quietly, taking another round to tighten the gap. It's a relief for the seed to finally see some success. He's showing a lot of heart, grabbing that win from the wine to pull within 1. Vortex definitely isn't letting the rank gap bother him tonight. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-3. The #1 seed is certainly feeling the pressure here. Vortex is just too comfortable in that wine spot right now, making things very difficult for the top seed. A completely clean look there, as he refuses to let his opponent pull away further. Vortex keeps the pressure on, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that wine spot. His recent form shows he's been outperforming the odds makers lately. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how we expected the map to start. Despite the rank difference, he's looking just as strong as his recent win streak suggested. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Unbelievable survival. He nearly went down, but manages to scrape through that messy exchange to claw back into this. That was a heart-stopping close call for the favorite player. Vortex has been the absolute bogeyman for the #1 seed lately, winning 3 of their last 5 head-to-heads. And honestly, we are seeing that psychological edge manifest here in real time. It's becoming a genuine battle of wills. Oh, total shutdown by Phantom, who refuses to let the lead slip further away. That was a lightning-fast reaction to secure the round. He's starting to close the gap, putting up a very strong resistance with another fast victory. Vortex maintains a slim 2-round cushion at 10-8. The #5 ranked player is playing like the boss tonight. Completely effortless exchange there, as he keeps charging forward to close this distance. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing us back to a deadlock at 10-10. A brutal fight on both sides, but he manages to emerge on top to take the lead. A huge shift in energy as the pressure mounts. What a scramble! He barely holds on to his life and moves himself just 1 step closer to the victory. Absolutely incredible. He closes the door on this series and secures the win. He really had to dig deep to get that result, especially after being pushed so far back. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Havoc taking on Vortex today on Dunes. The favorite looks strong here. Vortex is comfortably the favorite here with 786 total wins in their head-to-head history. He's been an absolute war for Havoc over the years. It will be interesting to see if that psychological edge still holds today. Vortex just shuts that down and puts the pressure back on Havoc. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. He's playing a lot like that top 5 ranked talent. Havoc has finally seized the lead, 3-2. A surprising shift in energy after those tough losses he suffered earlier. The momentum is really shifting toward Havoc and he's making it look easy right now. Hard to believe he's getting hammered right now after that tough loss earlier. Absolutely effortless. He's just taking over this match right now. Vortex hasn't looked like a top 10 player at all today. The higher seed is finally starting to wake up. Vortex is putting on a real fight now, securing another win to close the gap. This looks exactly like how the pre-match odds painted this matchup. He's just completely taken over, erasing that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He's really starting to put on a clinic here. Havoc claims another quick victory from the box to stay ahead. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly it's a huge shock seeing him in control right now. He's really defying his rank by keeping the pace high against the top 5 player. Time for a clean slate. What a fight! Vortex manages to dig deep and tear him off the box in a nail biter. His Don Comjure is really starting to show under pressure. He is refusing to go away, pulling this series completely level after a brilliant sequence of rounds. Havoc claws back just ahead at 8-7. A huge turnaround for someone who's been struggling lately. Vortex keeps his composure, cleaning up the fight to bring us back to a dead heat. He is definitely fighting to reclaim that top tier status. A completely untouched finish for the higher seed as he continues to push the pace. He looks much more like the seed we expected to see. Vortex is simply unstoppable right now, raining down on Havoc from below to extend his lead. Havoc answers back quickly to cut into that lead. His 56% map win rate might be playing a factor here. Vortex manages to outlast his opponent and takes him down from the box. His overall history against the competition really speaks for itself. We are seeing an incredibly tight back and forth battle now, with neither player able to secure a long lead. Things are heating up for Havoc, and he is now just a couple of rounds away from a huge upset. The higher rated man is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Unbelievable. Havoc is just cruising right now, putting himself a single round away from the victory. A total role reversal from what we expected before the start. Boom! He shuts the door on this series with an absolute stunner of a finish. He's finally broken that curse. After all those years of struggle against the top seed, just a massive weight off his shoulders, he really earned that one. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a quick duel between Phantom and Havoc. Phantom enters as the strong favorite here. Phantom was just too quick, catching Havoc out on the Tetris block right from the start. He really looks like the top seed right now. Unreal, Phantom claws out a victory from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange with only 15 health. Havoc holds his ground on the Tetris block and forces us into a much tighter series. He is fighting a tough slump with that 7:27 record today. Havoc has completely leveled the playing field at 2-2. That top spot on the ladder isn't offering much protection right now. Phantom regains control with a slim 3-2 lead. He's really showing why he owns that top seed ranking. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to scrape through with a narrow victory. The number 1 seed is starting to flex his muscles. And a total shutdown. He's simply too fast, taking a commanding lead. Gritty exchange, but Havoc manages to come out on top to cut into that lead. A quick reset, making this a much tighter fight. Havoc shuts him down from the Tetris block, continuing his charge to close this gap. The underdog is really putting his opponent in a tough spot now. Phantom has a huge historical advantage, winning 65% of their career matches against Havoc. It's clear that psychological edge is playing a part as he keeps shutting down these rallies. Havoc will need a serious shift in momentum if he wants to stay in this. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's played far too cleanly for Havoc to find any real traction here. Time for a new set of eyes. Havoc really stepped up his pace there, snatching that round right from under Phantom's feet. He's really fighting an uphill battle today. Unbelievable. He just barely clung on for his life in a brutal exchange to secure another round. He is truly digging in his heels to claw back into this. Phantom shuts him down from the ramp and puts some breathing room back into this score. The top seed is looking completely composed after that exchange. Phantom is putting on a display today with a 29-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's no surprise he's this comfortable here, given he's already beat Havoc twice recently. The gap in current form is just far too wide to overcome. A swift reaction from Havoc to keep the pressure on. He's desperately trying to avoid another blowout like the last time they played. What an incredible fight. Havoc survives by a thread after that absolute war of attrition. Total shift in the energy we saw at the start. Havoc is on fire now, securing his 3rd straight to pull within 2. The momentum has completely shifted away from the higher ranked player. A complete shutdown to keep the surge going, and is now just 1 round behind. This is a complete reversal from how we expected the day to go. He puts an immediate stop to that charge, putting himself just a single frame away from victory. Just a quick glimpse of why he's considered the best in the league. Refusing to buckle, Havoc secures another crucial point to keep the dream alive. He's refusing to go away quietly now. Absolute perfection. Phantom shuts the door on this match with a decisive final strike. Havoc really pushed him to the brink, but that veteran experience just barely tipped the scale. He really had to fight for this one, hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have a great match on my pass featuring Phantom and Vortex. Phantom comes out swinging, quickly shutting down Vortex while he was perched on the ramp. He's clearly in top form today with that 29-7 record. Vortex is just getting outpaced right now. Those reaction times are incredibly fast. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another round to keep his clean sheet intact. Vortex finally claws one back, showing some real grit to stop that early slide. This is a huge momentum shift for the underdog. Unbelievable! He just barely survives that exchange to knock Vortex off the red. He's playing exactly like the top seed. He outmuscles him in a frantic duel from the ramp to stay in the hunt. He is showing exactly why the ratings are so close. Phantom has dominated the lifelong head-to-head record here, and he's certainly playing like the favorite right now. It's tough to see Vortex find a way back when the mental edge is clearly on the other side of the screen. I wonder if that's starting to weigh on him. Absolutely lightning fast. He just completely shuts down any hopes of a recovery. He's simply too fast right now, putting up another victory to extend that hot streak. Vortex gets a quick result here to keep things interesting, heading into the final round of the half. Phantom holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. And honestly, the underdog is simply outclassing the favorite right now. He's showing why his 70% win rate on this map is so dangerous. Vortex needs an answer now. Phantom is too opportunistic, just raining fire up onto the ramp to take control here. Just getting a reminder of the massive gap between these two on the ladder. A real scramble on the ramp there. The Phantom is just too sharp to let this slip away. Phantom is looking very confident with that 29-7 day. It's no surprise that the top seed is controlling the pace here. He just seems to have the answer for every move Vortex makes. He really needs to keep this lead steady. Vortex is putting up a fierce fight, effectively defending the high ground to trade a round back. A tight battle, though he's currently ranked in the top 5. Phantom manages to clear out the container, putting himself in a position to close the map right now. Vortex keeps the map alive for now by securing a clean pick from the ramp. He is really fighting an uphill battle given the rank difference. What a finish! Phantom shuts it down completely to secure the victory. He's just simply on another level right now, putting together a really clean performance to close this out. Welcome to the show, everyone. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to dominate. Vortex holds a substantial historical advantage, having won nearly 60% of their career matchups. He really needs to leverage that legacy now to overcome this slow start. It'll be interesting to see if the higher rating actually translates to rounds on the board. Havoc is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He looks eager to bounce back after those tough recent results. Vortex has completely shifted the momentum and now looks like he's in full control. The top 10 presence is starting to show for Vortex. Havoc just snatched the lead, pushing it to 3-2. He's really fighting through a rough stretch after those recent losses. Vortex fights back to make it 3-all. A complete stalemate right now after a really choppy start. These rounds are ending so quickly, Havoc just doesn't have time to react today. That higher seed pedigree is starting to show. He's simply too fast right now, extending his run to 3 consecutive rounds. Vortex is finally putting that rank 5 standing on display. A tight exchange that ends in his favor, narrowing the deficit. A strong look for a player coming in as the underdog today. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep his lead at 6. Coming into today, he's been fighting hard with a 17-20 record. Havoc has had a really rough day, going 8-27 in his last few matches. It's clear he's struggling to put any real pressure on the board. The big question is whether he can find a way to salvage a few rounds before the half. Vortex takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the top seed is just doing exactly what we thought he would. He's definitely the one in charge heading into the second half. Time to swap sides. Vortex maintains his cushion, sitting firmly at 8-5. He really looks like he's shaking off the rust from those early losses. Unreal. He almost went down there, barely surviving that wild exchange to take another round. This is looking a lot like those earlier battles they've had. Vortex is just cruising now, leading 9-6. He's definitely proving that the top quartile talent is there. Vortex is really pulling away with a 10-6 advantage. That's a huge shift from their last meeting on the dunes. The gap is shrinking a bit. We've seen a lot of trade-offs between these two recently. It's been a grueling day for him with 20 losses already. He's now backing down, securing a second straight and narrowing the gap. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. Wow, that was an absolute brawl. Vortex just barely clutched it out with a sliver of health. That was a nail-biter finish for the lead. He's showing a lot of heart here, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. This is exactly why he was the high-risk pick for this matchup. That was an effortless look. And he's now firmly in the driver's seat as this comeback continues. Purely a game of milliseconds at this stage. Absolutely crushing it. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us level at 11-11. Vortex fires first and secures a clear advantage, moving himself to 12. The pressure is really starting to peak for the underdog now. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door and takes home the victory. He really had to dig deep to close that out, especially after those 3 scares where he almost went down. He fought through a massive amount of pressure. What a fight. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We have Phantom and Havoc facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this series with an incredible 29-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this matchup. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can find a way to disrupt that flow after that opening round. Havoc is staring down a commanding 2-1 lead. Havoc is playing some very disciplined games here, effectively shutting down the world #1 early on. Phantom holds a great spot on the wine to keep this incredibly close. Unbelievable. He clings to a tiny sliver of life to even the score at 3-3. The top seed is proving why he's at the top of the ladder. What a response. He just completely shut the door on his opponent's momentum. The class difference is showing between these two. The momentum has shifted entirely. He's now taken 4 straight rounds to break open the game. The #1 seed is just outclassing him right now. Another quick encounter and he's just completely taking over this series. He's just on another level right now, securing a 6th straight victory in a blink. Havoc answers back with a clean win to keep things interesting heading into the break. We go into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, this is basically exactly what we expected to see. The world #1 has the lead, but Havoc is still very much in the fight. Let's see how they handle the swap. That was a brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to dig deep and claw back around. He's really shaking off the nerves now. Phantom has won 941 of their meetings throughout their shared history, and you can really feel that psychological advantage as he shuts down this attempt at a comeback. He just knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. Comeback is on as he simply outduels the former leader to knot this series up. He's simply unstoppable right now, putting together 3 straight to seize the lead. A surprising look for the favorite in this set. A quick snap from the wine for Phantom, leveling the score at 9-9. The top seed is refusing to let this one slip. Phantom edges ahead and holds a narrow 1-point lead. Havoc is really struggling to find answers today. He's simply unstoppable, just erasing any hope of a comeback with that last encounter. The skill gap between these two is on full display right now. He's showing a lot of grit by keeping this close despite the pressure. A totally effortless encounter, putting the pressure squarely on his opponent. And there it is. Phantom closes out the match with a final burst to secure the win. Havoc really pushed him to the brink there, but that one quick flick from the favorite proved to be the difference. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Redline. Phantom and Vortex are ready to go, with Phantom heading in as the clear favorite today. Phantom is coming into this with an impressive 29-7 record over the last day. He's clearly the one with the momentum right now. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off this early loss and reclaim his lead. Vortex is really aggressive right now, managing to take control of the ramp and force another loss on the top seed. No one. We are all squared up at 2 apiece now. He looks very similar to how he played in their last set. Vortex is really making his presence felt early, utilizing the heights of Tetris to pull ahead. He's fighting an uphill battle against a dominant head-to-head history. Vortex is cruising along with a commanding 2-round lead. Really surprising to see the top player struggle this much. That was a total shutout for the underdog, who just can't be stopped right now. He's really defying the long-term head-to-head history today. Phantom puts up a fight, managing to secure another one for himself. Still seeing a heavy gap in their overall ladder rankings. Phantom earns the better angle on the ramp, clamping down on his opponent for another round. He is certainly proving that his higher seed isn't just for show. Unbelievable. He just completely erased that deficit and forces a dead heat at 5 apiece. He's really asserting his dominance as the higher ranked player. Flawless exchange here, and he's completely taken over the momentum as we head into the break. A devastating turnaround for the challenger as we head into the half. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as the players switch sides. Right, this is playing out exactly how the rankings suggested. The top seed is just a bit too strong, but Vortex is keeping this very competitive. Time for a fresh start. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp, and we've got a 1-round game on our hands. The gap between these two on the ladder is certainly closing. He's showing a lot of grit, punishing the challenger from the ramp to extend to the lead. He's absolutely in control right now, outclassing his opponent for another quick point. His experience really shows in these high-pressure moments. Vortex answers right back, refusing to let the momentum slide too far in the other direction. He stays composed on the ramp to claw back another round in this comeback effort. Really tough for the challenger to find a footing right now. Vortex is showing some real heart here, picking up a clean win to stay in the hunt. It's a huge shift in confidence for the underdog. Phantom is proving tough to break, putting an end to that run with a completely untouched round. He looks completely locked in right now. Huge moment for Phantom, who just secures match point after an incredible climb back into this game. Absolutely stunning. He secures the win and closes out the series in step. He just can't be shaken today. That's another huge win for the top seed to keep his hot streak rolling. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Havoc and Vortex facing off, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Vortex typically enjoys a strong advantage in this head-to-head, but he's facing a bit of a slump lately compared to his usual level of play. I wonder if Havoc can capitalize on that slow start to keep the pressure high. Havoc is really surging ahead, leading 2-1. That's a better look for the 5th ranked player. Vortex was way too quick there, just shutting Havoc down on the box to tie things up. Vortex is totally in control now, securing another fast kill to take a narrow lead. Goodness, what a scramble. Both were nearly dead, but he barely scrapes through to keep the streak alive. His higher rating is definitely starting to show in this exchange. He is simply on another level right now, making it 5 straight. Vortex is making the most of his higher placement on the ladder. Havoc answers back with a picture-perfect shot, showing real grit to keep this match within reach. Havoc actually has a historical edge here with a 56% win rate on this map. It's just tough to see him capitalize on that when he's struggling so much in his recent matches. He needs a strong series of rounds if he wants to turn this around. He's not backing down, securing another point to narrow this gap before the mid-match break. The underdog is putting up a real fight here. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is going exactly as planned for the top seed here. He's firmly in the driver's seat and looking a lot more confident than he did in the opening few rounds. Let's see if Havoc can claw back. Vortex has really pulled away to an 8-5 lead. He's playing some high-level shots for a guy with 19 losses today. Havoc manages to drag him off that box, proving he can still hang in this series. He's showing why he belongs in the top 25. Vortex is putting some serious distance on the board at 9-6. Vortex has a bit more breathing room now. Vortex is dominating with a commanding 10-6 lead. Vortex had already taken the most recent meeting between these two. He's just too quick, extending his streak to 3 as he closes in on the finish line. The number 5 seed is looking absolutely spotless here. He's simply too fast, just untouchable as he moves a single step away from victory. Whoa! Havoc manages to tear him off that box to deny a quick ending. Just a glimpse of hope for the man on the receiving end. Unreal. He just comes through in the clutch to keep the dream alive. A shocking turn of events for the higher seed. What a stand. He has found his flow, taking 3 in a row to stay in the fight. The gap in the ladder is barely reflecting this current shift. He is simply on fire now, claiming another point from the box to keep this miracle run alive. That's it. Vortex secures the final kill and closes out the series. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, almost erasing that lead in a wild second half. He just barely fell short. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off on fast aim, with Phantom entering as the big favorite. Phantom is sitting on a very strong 29-7 record today. It makes this early stumble a bit surprising given how well he's been playing. We have to see if Havoc can maintain this pressure against the league's top seed. Unreal. Phantom barely survives that one, managing to knock his opponent off the ramp with a sliver of health left. Havoc is on a roll, leading 2-1. He's really shaking things up against the top seed right now. Havoc is just refusing to back down, keeping a really tight grip on this map from the ramp. He's really turning the tide after a rough stretch today. Phantom reacts quickly to catch him off the wine box and keeps this tight. He has historically dominated this matchup. Deadlocked at 3 apiece. Things are heating up. The world number 1 is starting to flex his muscles. The momentum has completely shifted as he takes a clean duel from the ramp. He's showing exactly why he's the top seed on the ladder. He's completely taken over the server, racking up 4 straight rounds. The class difference is starting to show here. Absolutely effortless. He's now 6 rounds ahead of the pace after 5 straight kills. Another high-speed clash from the ramp, and he's now sitting on 6 straight. His long-term head-to-head dominance is really showing through right now. He's simply on another level right now, pushing his tally to 7 straight. Phantom takes the lead, 8-4. Well, everything is playing out just like we expected. After a shaky start, the top seed really pulled away with that 7-round run. Time for a fresh start. Havoc has been struggling lately with a 7:28 record over the last day. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle here against a player who seems to have his number. He'll need to find a way to break this momentum if he wants any chance of a comeback. Havoc is really putting on a clinic right now, taking that duel from the toolbox to keep his streak alive. He's finally finding a way to trade blows with the top seed. He just secures another high ground victory from the ramp, putting together a 3-round run. He's completely erased that early deficit. A quick response here to halt that run and put him back in control. The top spot on the ladder is proving far too difficult to challenge. Phantom secures another clean win from the ramp, leaving Havoc with a very steep hill to climb. Havoc is refusing to go away, keeping his hopes alive by chipping away at that lead. He's determined to avoid a repeat of their last meeting. And there's a huge result, with Phantom knocking him off the ramp to secure match point. He looks completely composed heading into this final stage. Havoc holds the height on the wine box to secure a crucial stop. Just a huge burst of energy from him to stop the momentum. Havoc just completely shut him down to put together another pair of rounds. He's finally found a way to keep the pressure mounting. The resilience is stunning as he closes out another round, refusing to let the map end here. Incredible, he's just forced a deadlock, bringing this fight into overtime. Wow, what a read by Phantom to pick him off the planks. That's a tough spot to be in for the 12th seed. Phantom just shuts the door on that ramp, attempt to put himself back in the driver's seat. The sheer weight of that historical head-to-head gap is pressing down now. completely untouchable sequence from the top seed, extending his lead back to 3. It's a massive mental blow for someone trying to claw back. Game over. Phantom closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. Havok really pushed the top seed to the limit in overtime, but he just couldn't find that final shot. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex in today's match to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this duel with an impressive 28-7 record over the last day. And that kind of momentum is exactly why he's currently sitting at the top of our ladder. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find a way to disrupt that flow. What a scramble! Vortex barely survives that exchange from the heaven to keep himself in it. That 5th ranked slot is definitely starting to look dangerous. Both players fought for high ground, but Phantom reacted first to secure a solid lead. The top seed is putting on a clinic early here. Vortex is really struggling to close the gap now. Vortex is having a tough time mirroring that success he found against Havok today. Phantom is simply relentless, wiping him right off the Tetris for another victory. He's truly living up to that #1 seed today. Just too quick, dropping him right off the box for a huge lead. It's a repeat of their previous meeting today. He just doesn't let up, clearing him out of the Tetris to keep this huge momentum going. He's simply too fast, securing another win from the box to move ahead 8-1. The odds were already leaning his way, but this is a slaughter. He's just unstoppable. Claiming another round from the box to push his lead to 9-1. He's taking complete control from the box, securing 8 straight as we approach the break. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. You know, the pre-match predictions had Vortex as the favorite, but he is getting completely outplayed. Phantom is just too sharp on this map right now. Time to switch sides. Phantom is just making this look way too easy right now. He is really putting that massive head-to-head advantage on display. Vortex is starting to fight back, making it a bit more interesting as we head into the later stages. He catches him right off the ramp, putting himself on the verge of victory. Vortex just can't find an answer to this level of play today. Absolute dominance to close it out. He shuts the door on Vortex and cruises to a 13-3 victory. He just completely dismantled the competition out there, moving forward with a terrifying amount of momentum right now. Welcome to the show. We're on Orange today as Havoc takes on the favorite Vortex in a high-stakes duel. Vortex holds a significant 788 to 600 lead in their head-to-head history. He has a knack for getting the better of Havoc when these two meet. I wonder if he can turn that historical dominance into a quick victory here today. Vortex is starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. Looking to shake off a tough stretch from his last few matches. Vortex started fast, but Havoc has completely flipped the script on him here. Vortex is just a hair ahead, leading 3-2. Vortex is really proving why he's ranked 5th on the ladder. Vortex is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. That's a rough stretch for Havoc, given his current slump. The momentum is shifting back and forth rapidly. Neither of these two can seem to put the other away. Havoc claws back to tie things up at 4 apiece. Vortex regains his narrow lead, moving ahead 5-4. He's consistently finding a way to outplay his opponent today. This match has turned into a complete deadlock. It's a total toss-up right now. He's showing a lot more grit than he did in that last series. Havoc just snatched the lead, putting him up 6-5. Quite a reversal considering his poor run of form lately. We're all square at 6 apiece. And honestly, this is surprising. Havoc entered this match in a deep slump, but he's holding his own against the top 5 ranked player in the world. New sights, brand new energy. Vortex grabs the upper hand once more at 7-6. He's really trying to push through that 18-19 run he's had today. Havoc answers back and we are deadlocked again. This underdog is playing with a huge amount of confidence. Vortex is keeping the pressure high and refusing to let Havoc settle back into this game. He's definitely playing like the favorite in this series. Havoc has struggled significantly with a 7-28 record over the last day. That lack of confidence is starting to surface as he lets this lead slip. He'll need a huge response to keep his hopes alive in this one. We're going to take a quick time out, but stay tuned as we return with more action. And we are back in the action on orange, with Vortex currently holding a 9-7 lead. Havoc cuts the deficit to just 1 now. That was an incredibly crisp exchange. He's putting up a real fight against a top 10 opponent. And just like that, Havoc brings it all, even at 9. The momentum has shifted completely since their last meeting. Vortex was quick to punish that play from the ramp, putting himself back in the driver's seat. A tight battle despite the rating gap between these two. Absolute madness here. Havoc has forced a 10-10 tie. That was a lightning fast round. to become a game of inches. One more clean round for Vortex and he'll be sitting pretty. A tough spot for someone who's only managed a couple of wins all day. Vortex shuts him down on the ramp and is now just one round away from victory. It's feeling a lot like their typical match. What a finish. A frantic exchange ends with him barely holding on to secure the series. He really had to sweat it out, but that composure in the final moments was just a cut above. What a fight! Phantom enters this match as the top-rated player in our league, and we've seen him absolutely run through the field today. It makes sense why he's such a heavy favorite given the massive gap between these two in the standings. Now we just have to see if Havoc can push back. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Phantom and Havoc facing off today in a battle to see who's the best. He's certainly not letting that previous 16-12 loss get in his head. Absolute control from Havoc, who just walked through another round without taking a scratch. Phantom finally answers back, showing some real grit to get on the board. A much needed spark for the high-ranked veteran. He's simply refusing to back down, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. The gap on the ladder is finally starting to show. Havoc is dominating here, leading 4-2. That's a completely untouched round for Phantom, who continues his efforts to close the distance. A total wipeout for a second straight, leveling the playing field at 4-4. He nails the shot from the wine, completely erasing that early deficit. Everything is starting to go his way. A sharp response from the underdog to bring this back to a dead heat. That really puts the rank 12 player right back in the mix. Havoc barely holds the lead at 6-5. Phantom is still faring much better today with his 29-6 run. Showing incredible heart to pull this back to a dead even split. It's a complete toss-up now heading into the home stretch. Havoc takes a slim 7-6 lead into the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds right now. The #1 seed is usually more consistent, but he's struggling to put this match away. Let's see who comes out stronger. A quick reflex shot brings the score perfectly level, keeping the pressure on as the comeback continues. This is exactly why he's the favorite going into this series. He plucks Havoc right off the Tetris, firmly taking control of the lead. The skill gap is staring Havoc right in the face now. Havoc strikes back and we are locked at 8-all. He's really fighting the tide of his last few games. Havoc clings to a narrow edge at 9-8. The lower seeded competitor is really stepping up today. The momentum has completely shifted now as he secures another quick victory to extend his lead. Brutal exchange of fire ends with Havoc coming out on top, keeping his streak alive. He's completely flipped the script on their overall head-to-head history. Phantom is refusing to go away, answering back quickly to keep the dream alive. Havoc shuts it down from the Tetris, leaving him just one step away from victory. This is an absolute nightmare for the higher seed. He manages to stay in the fight, keeping things interesting as we head into the final stretch. Unbelievable. Havoc seals the victory with a lightning-fast final shot to close out the match. He secures another effortless point to keep this series alive. The favorite is desperate to claw his way back into this. He just blasts Havoc off the Tetris, refusing to let this match slip away. A huge momentum swing as the pressure mounts. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that lead to force a dead heat in overtime. He has completely flipped the script as we enter the overtime block. Absolute purity from the top seed, who just won his 4th straight to move ahead. Exactly the kind of poise we'd expect from a high-tier pro. He barely survives that exchange, but manages to extend the streak to 5. That was way too close for comfort. What a way to close it. He survives the firestorm to claim the series. He's proved himself to be the superior force on this map today, but man, Havoc really forced him to sweat for that one. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on red line today. Let's see if the favorite can hold his lead. Vortex starts things off strong, finding the target and taking Phantom right off those Tetris blocks. Phantom is walking into this with a huge 61% all-time head-to-head advantage over his opponent. It's a bit strange to see him struggling this early when he actually just dominated their last meeting. I'm wondering if the pressure is starting to get to him. Phantom has completely flipped the script here. He's suddenly the one with all the momentum. His top seed status is really starting to show. Vortex just shuts him down from the ground, keeping things incredibly tight as we head into round 6. Vortex is really starting to climb here, picking up another one while both players were fighting for space on the ramp. Vortex is really putting on a clinic for the top seed today. He's just too fast right now, extending his lead to 5-2. It's a totally different story than that last blowout on Blame map. Vortex manages to clear him off the boxes, cementing a powerful 4-round surge. A stark contrast to that 13-3 victory we saw just recently. Phantom answers back, picking the other player off the ramp. He's coming in with a massive 29-6 over the last day. Whoa, what a fight! Vortex barely survives that exchange from the ramp, keeping his lead at 7-5. Vortex is really asserting himself with an 8-3 cushion. For a player who's underperformed his historical rank today, he's clearly not letting any of that previous pressure get to him. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually shut the door on the league's top seed. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from the favorite. He's comfortably in the driver's seat right now. Fresh sights, let's get back in. Phantom catches him right on the ramp to put a few more points on the board. He's clearly starting to find his footing now. Vortex is still firmly in control at 9-5. Really surprising result given the sheer volume of matches they've played together. Phantom closes the gap, bringing it to 6-9. Vortex has been fighting hard across his 26 matches today. Vortex really held his ground from the ramp to secure another big point. The 5 seed is simply refusing to cave. Vortex is just completely on top right now, picking him off those Tetris blocks again. Looking at the rankings, the gap between 1st and 5th is definitely shrinking. A gorgeous read from the ramp puts the pressure right back on Phantom, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is absolutely stealing the show in this series. Phantom puts up a strong fight here to keep the dream alive. This is a tough spot for the top seed to be in. And there it is. Vortex finishes him off and secures the map victory. He's completely shifted the tide of their rivalry today, proving he's more than capable of hanging with the best in the league. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Vortex facing off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for a strong victory today. Vortex holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history. That historical advantage seems to be translating into confidence here as he maintains his composure. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can actually push back with any momentum. Havoc just barely edges ahead with a 2-1 lead. An unexpected turn for the 5th ranked player. We are completely deadlocked here. Both players are trading blows and refusing to let the other gain an inch. Havoc just reclaimed the lead at 3-2. It's a total reversal of their most recent meeting. Vortex claws back to level things up at 3-3. The gap in ranking really makes this look like a fair fight. Vortex has all the momentum right now, putting some serious pressure on Havoc after those 2 quick rounds. The gap on the ladder is starting to look real here. He's just completely untouchable right now, ending the fight in a blink. He absolutely dismantles the competition here, popping Havoc right off the ramp. Vortex has been having a tough day overall, but he's definitely dominating here. Havoc keeps fighting, showing some real grit as he closes the gap to 4-6. The underdog is certainly finding a way to stay relevant here. He's refusing to go away, taking a fast second straight to keep this contest tight. We're all squared at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, Havoc is playing way above his usual form today. He's completely wiped out the skill gap we saw on the rankings during this opening half. Fresh start for both. Vortex manages to shut that down, catching Havoc right on the ramp to regain control. His recent form has definitely been the more consistent of the two. Havoc has really struggled lately, going 7-27 over the last day, you know? That lack of confidence is started to show as the pressure builds. It looks like the weight of that losing streak is finally catching up to him. Unbelievable, he barely survives that brawl to clear the ramp and narrow the lead. He's really playing with fire, letting himself get that low. Vortex is really starting to distance himself here, comfortably securing a 3-round advantage. That's a solid look for the number 5. Absolute chaos there! He manages to pick him off the ramp, barely clinging to life in a brutal exchange. That was a nail-biter, but he keeps his head in the game. Vortex is really tightening the noose here, refusing to let Havoc stay in the game for long. He looks completely locked in right now. Vortex shuts things down from the ramp, putting himself on the edge of victory. The skill gap is which we expected to see today. He managed to find the opening shot and keeps his hopes alive. He's clearly not ready to just hand this one over. Another clean point for the underdog, who simply will not stop fighting for this game. The pressure is shifting entirely onto the favorite now. What a finish. He comes through in the end to close out the series. He really pushed the pace for most of that set, but his few missed opportunities ultimately cost him. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom taking on Havoc in a match where the top seed looks hard to beat. Phantom has a historical win rate of 63%, which reflects the significant gap in skill we're seeing on the ladder today. It's no surprise then that he's the one controlling the pace of this duel. He just needs to maintain this pressure to keep the momentum. He simply isn't missing, just taking Havoc right off the box for a perfect start. Absolute perfection. He's just too fast for his opponent right now. He's just completely owning this map, taking a huge 5-round lead. His rank 1 status is on full display right now. Havoc answers back, securing a hard-fought round to keep himself in the game. A little breathing room for the 12th ranked player now. Havoc has been struggling lately, putting up a dismal 10% win rate over his last 10 outings. Seeing him push back like this is a complete reversal of his recent form. He's proving that he can still hang with the top seed today. A quick duel between the two on the boxes, and the top seed comes out on top. Phantom stays firmly in control with a 7-3 lead. A tough window for the 12th-seeded player right now. Phantom extends his grip, moving ahead to a 7-4 lead. It's a 7-5 lead for Phantom heading into the break. The top seed is doing exactly what we expected, but Havoc is putting up a much stronger fight than his recent record suggests. He's definitely not letting this be a walkover. Let's see if Havoc can claw back. He survives a frantic exchange to narrow the gap to 7-6. That was incredibly tight. Both players almost went down together. Phantom strikes back, stretching the lead to 8-6. He's looking quite sharp today with a 28-7 record across the board. Phantom just reads him like a book, taking him straight off the box to put some real distance between them. A complete shutdown there. He's refusing to let the lead slip away. He's keeping the pressure on as the clear underdog. Phantom pulls further ahead, sitting on a comfortable 10. His dominance continues, much like that 16-12 result they had earlier. He's just completely in the driver's seat now, quickly moving toward the finish line. The gap in their rankings is definitely showing. Havoc is refusing to go away, catching Phantom right there on the Tetris to keep this fight alive. Another huge round for Havoc, who is steadily chipping away at that deficit. Those were two incredibly clean exchanges in a row. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking his 3rd straight to close the gap even further. Phantom halts the momentum immediately and is now just 1 round away from victory. It feels like the natural order is restored. Havoc stays resilient and secures this one from the box, keeping himself alive in the series. What a finish. Phantom closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. Havoc really pushed him to the brink with that late surge, making the #1 seed sweat for every single point. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex on orange. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground here. We're stepping away for a quick moment, but stay tuned as we return to the action. And we are back in action on orange with Phantom and Vortex still locked at 0-all. Phantom holds a huge lead with 22-17 wins in their head-to-head history. So yeah, he typically has the upper hand in this pairing. We are seeing that experience translate to early confidence right now. I wonder if Vortex can shut down this momentum. Phantom is pulling away with a narrow 2-1 lead. Vortex looks sharp after taking down his last 3 games today. Phantom is really starting to separate himself here, putting some serious pressure on Vortex to respond. That's a solid 28-7 round over the last day. Phantom's now just a single step ahead at 3-2. He's definitely proving that his current form is top tier. Unbelievable, Vortex barely walks away from that clash, evening the score perfectly at 3-3. A total shutout there, and now he has 3 straight under his belt. The #1 rated player in the world is looking vulnerable. Phantom finds the opening shot and levels the series. Vortex really needs a strong answer to stay competitive here. Phantom regains control, edging ahead by a single point. Consistency is the name of the game for him today. A dead heat now, with both trading blows at 5-5. Vortex is certainly proving he belongs in this conversation today. Vortex is really finding a way to pile this on, putting the world #1 on the defensive here. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, the underdog is fighting way harder than anyone anticipated. He's refusing to cave to the pressure as we head into the second half. Fresh start now. Vortex takes a daring lead with a 7-6 advantage. Vortex clearly has the confidence after beating him 13-7 in their last meet. And we are back to a stalemate with both sitting on 7. It's interesting to see such a fight from the #5 seed. The pace is picking up and Vortex is starting to look like the one in charge here. That was an incredibly swift finish on the side of Vortex. Total parity, again, both players sitting at 8. Both players are really mirroring each other today. Phantom manages to sneak ahead by 1. He is really asserting his authority as the top seed today. He is just unstoppable right now, racking up 3 straight for a substantial lead. He really seems to be operating on a different level today. Vortex manages to claw one back, cutting into that narrow lead. That's a remarkably steady showing from the 5th ranked player. A complete deadlock at 10 apiece for these two. That second quickfire really shifted the vibe here. That was an incredibly sharp reflex play by Phantom to snatch the lead back. The top-rated player is firmly back in control. A clean sweep for the top seed, putting him in a perfect position to close this series out right now. The momentum has completely swung back to the favorite side. Huge response from Vortex, shutting down the momentum and keeping his hopes alive. Very quick reaction there to keep things interesting. And there it is. Phantom closes it out with a gorgeous final shot to secure the series. Vortex really pushed him to the limit here, making a massive statement for the number 5 seed. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we are at the arena for a duel between Havoc and the heavily favored Vortex. Let's see who wins. Havoc has struggled significantly today with a 628 record over the last 24 hours. It's a tough spot to be in when you're already coming off a series of losses. We have to see if he can actually break this spiral before it gets out of hand. Vortex holds the lead as we move into round 3. He's fighting from behind against the tournament's top 5. Vortex is just too sharp right now. He's simply out-dueling Havoc in almost every exchange. Vortex is dominating a massive 4-1 lead right now. He's putting the higher ranking into effect today. Havoc manages to pick him off the box, showing some real grit in this set. His confidence will definitely be shaken after that trade. He just clears him out from the Tetris, putting on a strong display of persistence. Vortex isn't looking as untouchable as the seeding suggested. Vortex has the historical upper hand, winning over 57% of their all-time meetings. It's that deep familiarity that really helps him keep the pressure on right now. He's effectively shutting down any momentum Havoc tries to build. Vortex stays in control with a 6-4 lead. That's already a very familiar result compared to their last set. He keeps his foot on the gas, closing the gap to 1 right before the break. He's making this an incredibly tight contest heading into the halftime break. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, it's a very predictable start given how the ratings stack up. He's comfortably in the driver's seat here. Time to switch sides. A lightning fast exchange to get things back to a 1-round gap. Vortex extends his lead to 8-6 with that clutch play. It looks like that last victory on Mapas is sticking in his head. Absolutely untouchable of a shot, he refuses to let the lead slip away. He's really fighting the good fight as the underdog tonight. Vortex secures that exchange while holding the ramp, moving him just a few steps closer to the finish line. Vortex is pulling even further ahead at 10-7. The top 5 seed is really making his presence felt here. Havoc catches him from the Tetris as he refuses to let the match slide away. That was a clean stop to the slide. Vortex is far too quick, easily dealing with Havoc's attempt to push from the ramp. A commanding 18-17 run over the last day for the higher seed. What a frantic exchange. Vortex barely hangs on with a sliver of health to put himself on match point. Vortex just completely scrapped through that one. Havoc finds a perfect read to knock him off the ramp and stay alive. That's a crucial stop to avoid a quick exit. Another huge play from the Tetris, showing some serious will to keep this game going. That's a huge amount of pressure to put on the favorite. And there it is. Vortex shuts the door with a flawless read from the ramp to secure the victory. He really pushed the pace late there, but the favorite just barely managed to hold it together. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Phantom taking on Havoc in today's duel with the top seed looking strong. A real battle for ground right there. But Phantom just comes out on top in that scramble. The world #1 looks ready to maintain that gap. Phantom holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with nearly 1,000 wins over Havoc, but his start today has been uncharacteristically shaky. I mean, he's the clear favorite for a reason, but he'll need to assert his authority quickly to stop the momentum from shifting. Phantom reads that perfectly and catches Havoc right as he steps up on those planks. He's definitely bringing that top seed energy today. Havoc really capitalized on that positioning, taking Phantom right off the ramp. Phantom is really running away with this 4-2 lead. That's an incredibly tough day for Havoc, who is currently struggling with a long skid. Havoc fights back hard to make it 4-3. He's definitely showing a lot of grit tonight. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on here, completely resetting the series after that crisp kill from the ramp. Absolute perfection here, picking Phantom right off the ramp to grab a 3rd straight win. An unexpected turn of events for the #1 seed. Phantom enters back, leveling the scoreboard at 5-5. Neither player can seem to pull away for long. Unreal, he clings to a tiny sliver of health to secure a narrow victory from the ramp. He's really defying the odds for the #1 rated guy tonight. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. You know, Phantom's still in a good spot, but he's really having to work for every single round against this guy. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc looks incredibly sharp right now, using that ramp to climb back into the lead. It's a huge shift in pace for the #12 seed. Havoc is really heating up right now, putting on a clinic from that wine box to extend his lead. Havoc edges ahead, holding an 8-7 lead now. The #1 ranked player is starting to find his footing here. Havoc is simply not letting him breathe right now, catching Phantom instantly off the toolbox. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely survives the shootout to take a commanding lead. Quite a surprising shift given the usual history here. Havoc is just outclassing him right now, taking 0 damage in a lightning fast exchange. Phantom quickly reacts to snap Havoc right off that ramp. Coming into this match on quite a tear after his recent win over Vortex. Completely effortless shutout, putting the pressure right back on the top seed. It's a tough look for the favorite to be this far behind. What a performance! Havoc closes the door on the set with a perfect final shot. That is a massive result to open the day, and probably the biggest shock we've seen on this map in a long time. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are ready to battle it out on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Phantom is currently boasting a 70% win rate on this map. You know, that's a huge historical advantage that usually makes him a lock here, but he's coming off a loss to Havoc and seems to be starting this series a bit slow. Phantom holds a narrow lead as we head back. He looks even more dangerous than he did during their last meeting. Absolute perfection on that shot. And the momentum has completely shifted over to the leader. Vortex answers back immediately, keeping this series very close. He's fighting hard to overcome that ranking gap. Phantom is comfortably in control with a 2-round cushion. The world #1 is starting to find his footing. Phantom edges ahead, but Vortex is right on his heels. He's certainly playing his best against the top seed right now. Phantom is really struggling to deal with that ramp angle right now. Vortex is just in complete control of the pace. Vortex is hanging tough, trailing by just a single round. His class as the league's top-rated player is starting to show. Unbelievable. Phantom manages to outlast him from below, surviving by a sliver of health. He's just completely shut down any hopes of a comeback here. Completely effortless blow to the wind, and the leader is just steaming through this set. Phantom leads 8-4. Well, he's making short work of this set after that run of 4 straight wins. Vortex was supposed to take this easily, but the underdog is simply outplaying him. Time to see if Vortex can restore. Phantom has a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. I mean, it's rare to see such a dominant historical gap where the favorite is also the one currently controlling the server. Now we just have to see if Vortex can find a way to break this streak. He is simply too fast right now. Putting 3 straight in the books. Vortex had a decent day so far, but that's fading fast. A complete shutdown on that exchange, and the leader is now just a single round from victory. What a result. He finishes the job with a flawless final kill to seal the series. Just an absolute clinic from top to bottom. He really knows how to put on a show when he's moving this fast. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for this matchup between Havoc and the favored Vortex. Vortex holds a commanding 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle Havoc, which makes this early lead a bit surprising. We'll see if he can regain control. Havoc is really putting on the pressure early here, and he just completely shut down that attempt from the Wine. Havoc is cruising along with a healthy 3-1 lead. Hard to believe the top 5 seed is struggling this much. Vortex finally clawed one back, leaving Havoc up 3-2. We are seeing a high caliber performance from the number 5 ranked player. Havoc is playing some incredibly aggressive CS right now, totally disregarding the fact that Vortex had the height advantage on the Wine. Havoc keeps the edge, sitting at a narrow 4-3. The higher rated player is finally starting to wake up. Havoc has really it's making this commanding lead all the more impressive given how tough his road has been. He is definitely playing above his usual form today. Vortex takes this one, cleaning him up from Tetris to get right back into the mix. That's the kind of consistency we expect from a top 5 player. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 6-4. Havoc is just dominating, pushing the gap to 7-4. A real nightmare start for the top 5 seed. Havoc takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. This is a shocking turn of events given the rating gap. He's completely outplayed the favorite in this first half. Time for some new perspectives. Vortex just grabs another, bringing it to 8-5. He's coming off a tough 4-13 loss to Phantom just earlier. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another clean round to keep this comeback moving. It's starting to look like the pre-match predictions were spot on. The momentum has shifted entirely as he continues to tear through Havoc's lead. His confidence is clearly returning after that rough patch. That's a sharp response, putting a stop to the slide. A huge mental reset for the number 12 seed. Havoc regains a bit of breathing room at 10-7. The momentum is swinging back to the He just walked right through that attempt from the Wine to claim his 3rd straight. Another effortless kill for him, bringing the tally to 12-7 and putting the pressure squarely on board. Unbelievable, Havoc closes the door with a perfect final round to secure the victory. Just a total statement from the lower seed today. He's completely flipped the script on their usual rival. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Havoc facing off on orange with the favorite looking to maintain their strong lead. Phantom holds a massive historical lead with a 65% win rate against Havoc. I mean, it's certainly the reason he's the top seed on our ladder. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually convert that long-term dominance into a victory today. Havoc is pulling ahead now, leading 2-1. He's been on fire today with a massive 28-8 record. Havoc is looking very sharp early on. He's really putting the pressure on the top seed right now. Unreal. Both players were down to their last bit of health, but he just barely eked out the win. He's really playing like the underdog today. A quick response from Phantom, who refuses to let the gap grow. The top seed is finally starting to find his footing. Another fast one for the top seed, closing the gap to just one round. Just a blur of speed from the veteran on these last two. He's completely shifted the energy here, erasing that early deficit to tie it up at 4-4. The momentum shift is real for the favorite. He's simply untouchable right now, strolling into a 5-4 lead. He's proving exactly why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. Absolutely crushing it now, extending that streak to 5 straight. The gap in skill level is becoming apparent. He's just totally in control, securing another victory to keep this huge run alive. Total dominance in those early exchanges. Phantom takes the lead 8-4. Everything is going exactly as we thought it would. He's in complete control after that 7-round tier to close out the first half. Havoc needs to dig deep here. Havoc is really fighting back after a brutal round, so yeah, it's a huge swing in momentum compared to his 8-27 performance across the league today. If he can keep this run going, we might be looking at a genuine upset. Phantom's comfortably in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's certainly not playing like the 12th-seeded player right now. What a brawl! He barely survives that trade to keep the rally going. He's fighting for every single point now. A spotless exchange here, as he proves he's still more than capable of holding the lead. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting down that mini rally to pull further ahead. It's becoming an uphill battle for the lower seed. Havoc is refusing to just fade away, keeping this series surprisingly tight. That was an effortless shot, putting the veteran in a position to finish this whole thing next round. A fierce scramble this time, but the underdog manages to come out on top. Absolute chaos for a second there, but the underdog stays alive. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the series. He's showing way too much consistency right now. Havoc put up a decent fight, but just couldn't keep up with the pace today. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win. Phantom has dominated this specific rivalry over time, winning about 61% of their career encounters. It's a psychological weight that likely explains why he's already in control here. Let's see if Vortex can shake that pattern. Vortex is hanging in there despite trailing by 1. He is really putting that #1 ranking on display. Phantom is really capitalizing on this momentum, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex early on. He's simply too fast, securing his third straight win with a perfectly clean headshot. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a huge lead. He's completely in control now, absorbing a lot of damage, but still coming out on top. The #1 seed is proving far too strong here. He just can't stop now. Stacking up 6 straight to leave the opposition in the dust. Vortex is really feeling that recent 13-4 defeat in their last encounter. Absolutely oppressive. He just can't be stopped, claiming yet another round without taking a single hit. Finally, a response from Vortex, who manages to secure his first win in a while. A crucial moment for the #5 seed to fight back. Phantom has been an absolute powerhouse today with 29 wins in the last 24 hours. He's clearly the player with the most confidence on the server right now. We just have to see if he can ignore this sudden slide and shut the door. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead at the break. This is turning into a real shocker since the a priori favorite is struggling. He looks just too sharp today, capping off that huge 7-round streak with ease. Vortex grabs another, cutting Phantom's lead down to 3. The 5th ranked player is certainly making his presence felt. Vortex is showing some real grit, securing another fast one to keep the pressure on. The underdog is starting to flip the script on the map's dynamic. Unreal, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep this resurgence alive. This is a complete nightmare for the favorite right now. Phantom puts an end to that charge by picking him off the box. He's showing why he's the top seed in the league. He's refusing to back down, delivering another effortless kill to keep this rally going. Incredible. He's completely wiped away the lead to bring us back to a dead heat. We have a genuine toss-up on our hands now. He's just completely taken over the map, securing this win from the box to seize the lead. He just keeps climbing, securing another win from the box to put an iron grip on the server. Phantom manages to drag him off the box to keep this fight alive. The momentum has completely shifted back to the top seed as we head into the final stretch. What a scramble. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he claws his way to 12. He's playing with a crazy amount of heart right now. What a performance! Vortex closes this out with an effortless final shot to complete the ultimate comeback. He really stepped up and flipped the script on his rival today to overcome a 7-round run. Like, that is just legendary. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off today, with Vortex entering as the clear favorite. Vortex gets the jump on him immediately, catching Havoc right as he stepped onto the ramp. Vortex is putting on a clinic here, looking completely sharp with those first few reactions. He's simply too fast, extending that lead to 3. The gap in their ladder positions is feeling very real right now. Finally, a breakthrough for Havoc, who simply outdueled him from the Tetris. The pressure is definitely mounting on the favored side now. What a scrap. He barely walked away from that exchange, but he's now found a way to claw back into this match. He's certainly not playing like the underdog now. Vortex manages to shut that down and shuts the door on Havoc's little rally. The gap in their overall skill level is proving difficult to bridge. Vortex held the high ground beautifully there, shutting down any hope of a comeback. That's a much more comfortable pace for the higher rated player. Just can't find an answer for that speed, giving his opponent a 3-round surge. The momentum has completely shifted and Vortex is now firmly in control. He's looking every bit the top 5 player right now. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a towering lead. A completely different story than their last meeting on Italy P. A clean reaction from Havoc to keep things interesting as we approach the break. Vortex takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the numbers suggested. He looks steady and simply has the better aim on this specific map right now. Time for the switch. Havoc has been really struggling today with a 7-27 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's feeling the weight of that slump while Vortex looks completely refreshed. He'll need a huge shift in gear to stop this from becoming a total blowout. Vortex is just too sharp, putting together another flawless sequence to push the score to 11-4. An effortless shot to put him on the verge of victory. He is definitely proving why he's the higher rated side today. Unreal Vortex closes it out with total authority to secure the series. He really just took over this map, refusing to let Havoc find any room to breathe. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Havoc are stepping onto Mappas, with Phantom heading into this one as the clear favorite. Havoc gets the first one of the set, proving that those historical numbers don't matter once the round starts. A bold start for the number 12 seed. Phantom has been absolutely on fire today with a 28-8 record. It's not surprising that his consistency is showing up here against a player who struggled with a much tougher start to the day. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually keep pace. Phantom looks very comfortable right now, securing that round from the ramp to keep things dead even. The number 1 rated seed is starting to assert his will. Havoc is now leading the series 3-2. An unexpected turn for the player ranked 12 on the ladder. What a scramble, he barely walked away from that exchange, but is enough to even things up at 3-3. Phantom pulls ahead again, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. He's really putting that head-to-head dominance on display. A totally clean sequence that gives him a 3-round streak and a 2-round lead. A tough exchange here, but Havoc manages to scrape through and cut that lead down. It's a huge uphill climb given the historical gap between these two. Phantom holds a massive historical lead in their head-to-head battles, so yeah, it makes sense that he's keeping his composure while Havoc struggles to maintain any real momentum. I wonder if the pressure is finally starting to get to him. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the top seed is still in a good spot, but Havoc is playing way better than his usual numbers suggest. Let's see if that trend continues. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom barely edges ahead to claim a 1-round advantage. He's certainly proving why he's currently sitting at the top of the ladder. Deadlocked at 7 apiece as we head back out. He's clearly playing with a lot more confidence than in those recent losses. Phantom just played a perfect round from the ramp to get himself back on top. Phantom is pulling away now, extending it to 9-7. That's a stark contrast to the 20% success rate he's seen lately. Havoc strikes back hard, bringing us to 9-8. This is an interesting turnaround considering their last meeting on Orange. This match is swinging wildly. Havoc is refusing to go down quietly, fighting his way back into a dead heat. Phantom just barely held out to maintain a thin lead. A quick reaction to snap right back into control. We've reached a complete stalemate with both players at 10. The top dog in our rating is really under pressure. Havoc is on a roll now, and he's clearly found a way to outplay the top seed in these final moments. He is just completely shutting down the top seed's rhythm. Havoc outlasts the trade to move within 1 of the finish. Simply brutal timing for the favorite to be on the back foot. What a huge stop! He shuts that door quickly to keep the dream alive. A quick reset to stop the bleeding at the worst possible time. Unbelievable. After a brutal firefight that left them both clinging to life, Havoc finally clinches the victory. I honestly can't believe we just saw that happen. To take down the number 1 seed in a series this tight is a massive statement. He really fought for every single round. Tough loss for Phantom. Welcome to the red line map. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who takes the win today. Phantom starts strong by taking that early advantage from the high ground. The top seed on the ladder is looking sharp early on. Phantom is just too quick today, utilizing the ramp to secure another rapid point. The top rated guy on the ladder is putting on a clinic. He's totally in control, picking him off the ramp to make it a €3 start. He's making up for that recent loss on Dunes. Absolute perfection from the leader, who simply cannot be stopped right now. The historical edge is really starting to show. What a chaotic fight, yet he still manages to scrape through with a 5th straight win. A complete turnaround from the result he got on Dunes. He simply refuses to let go, clearing the ramp for another victory. The top seed is making his presence felt right now. Vortex answers back by catching his opponent right off the ramp. A big moment for the 5th ranked player here. Phantom has a massive lifetime lead of 22-19 wins over Vortex in their history together. It's clear he's leveraging that psychological edge to really dismantle this series. Vortex needs a serious shift in strategy to get back in this. He just cannot be shaken, taking a clean victory to push his lead further. He's proving that the gap in ratings is very real today. Vortex comes through with a tidy finish to secure a round just before the transition. A bit of breathing room for the 5th ranked man. Phantom is walking away from the first half with a 9-3 lead. I mean, Vortex was supposed to be the favorite here, but he's looking completely lost against that 6-round streak. We might be seeing a huge upset in the making. Vortex needs a total reset here. Phantom extends his dominant lead to a 10-3 stranglehold. He's looking way more consistent than in those early games today. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange from the triple box to take a huge 11-3 lead. Just an absolute nail-biter for that one. He secures another point from the boxes, putting him just one away from the victory. He closes out the series in style, shutting the door on the final round. Just total domination from the world number 1, who really made a statement with that performance. Welcome everyone, we are on Italy for this match between Havoc and Vortex, where the favorite looks to keep his lead. Vortex tried to play it safe from the Tetris, but Havoc just had the faster reaction there. Vortex usually has the upper hand in this pairing. Vortex holds a significant 57% lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. It's a surprising start for him, considering how reliably he usually takes these encounters. We'll see if he can lean on that history to claw back into this. Havoc is just too quick on the trigger, repeatedly catching Vortex off the Tetris block. Havoc is dominating the server with a 4-1 lead. He's really flipping the script after that blowout loss earlier today. He just picks him apart from the wine, extending that lead further. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving a full 5 rounds ahead. Another lightning fast reaction from the leader, just refusing to let the momentum shift. Vortex finally answers back with a clean shot of his own. The top 5 seed is finally finding his footing. Vortex is finally starting to push back, securing his second straight round from the wine. A solid response from the 5th ranked player. Huge response from the top seed, picking up another victory from the Tetris to carry a lot of steam into the break. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the intermission, while everything points to a major upset here. The number 12 seed is completely ignoring the historical gap between them and the top 5 favorite. Time to see if it holds. Havoc has a difficult record over the last day with an 8-27 run that makes his current lead even more impressive. He's completely ignoring his recent struggle to put on a clinic against the favorite. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-5 lead. Vortex really struggled to find an answer there, and he's now just 2 rounds away from the brink. The favorite's experience is not translating into results tonight. We'll be right back with more action from Italy after a very quick technical timeout. And we are back on Italy with Havoc leading things 11-5 as we jump right back in. It was a complete shutdown. He's now just 1 round away from victory. The gap in expectations for this series has never felt wider. Vortex finds a way to stay in this, putting a stop to that momentum for a moment. He's refusing to go down quietly, securing his 2nd straight win to keep this series alive. What a way to close it out. Havoc seals the victory with an effortless final shot. Absolute madness from the lower seed today, just completely dismantling everything we expected coming into this server. welcome to Fast Aim. We have Phantom taking on Havoc in this duel, with the favorite looking to secure a strong win. A really fast start here. Both players fighting for space on that ramp, and Phantom just quicker on the trigger. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp to even things up quickly. He's continuing a strong trend against the top seed tonight. Havoc is looking very comfortable right now, quickly picking up another round from the top of that wine box. A dead heat now with Phantom and Havoc tied. The number 1 ranked player is starting to assert his presence. Phantom is starting to put some distance between them here, taking that fight from the ramp. It's a tough day for the number 11 seed so far. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the match with 3 straight wins. He's certainly taking advantage of that ranking gap right now. Havoc answers back from the ramp to cut the lead to 4-3. This matches up perfectly with their previous clash on Mapas. We're back to a deadlock, 4 apiece. The lower rated player is really making his mark. Unbelievable, Phantom barely scrapes through this one, managing to outlast the opponent off the ramp with just a sliver of health. Phantom makes a quick move on that box and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. That's quite a contrast from his poor 9.26 run today. Phantom is just too sharp, picking him right off the box to wrap up this half. Looking at the overall head-to-head, the top seed usually comes out on top. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as we expected. The top seed is grinding out the advantage, staying true to that superior head-to-head record. Let's see if Havoc can rally. Phantom is really leaning into his 67% win rate on this map. It's a huge part of why he looks so settled in this rhythm. He's steadily turning this into a comfortable lead. He's showing some real grit here, digging deep to keep this series competitive. He's refusing to let this slide away into a blowout. Phantom's now sitting pretty with a 3-round cushion. A total shutdown of the round, and he continues to fight his way back into this match. He's definitely fighting to make a name for himself today. Phantom is really starting to put a grip on this one, quickly dealing with Havoc as he tried to hold that ramp. Havoc keeps the pressure up from the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. This is exactly what we saw when he dismantled KL 13-6. Phantom has managed to pull away here, and he's looking very poised as we move into the final stretch. Phantom is having an absolute day with a 27-9 record. Huge outplay from the toolbox, and he's now just a single round away from victory. And that is it. Phantom finishes him off to close out the series with a commanding performance. He really makes that top seed spot look easy today, putting another big win on his record. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off today, with Phantom entering as the clear favorite. Phantom is looking sharp right out of the gate, quickly dealing with Vortex from below. He's looking to repeat that 13-3 result they saw earlier. Phantom is sitting on a commanding historical lead in this rivalry. You can tell he's feeling very comfortable against him. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can maintain this early pressure. Vortex reacts first here, securing a lightning fast kill to keep things interesting. A strong response from the underdog to stop the slide. Phantom's firmly in control with a heavy 4-1 lead. The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he's at the top. Phantom's just relentless, pushing the lead to 5-1. It's a rough day for the 5th best player on the ladder. Absolute efficiency from the top seed to push his lead even further. He's just too fast for the opposition right now, continuing that hot streak. He is completely taking over this game, landing yet another clean shot to expand the gap. Phantom finds his target almost instantly, picking him right off the box. Vortex manages to find a clean shot as the first half went down. A quick trade out of the gate to close this half. Phantom holds a huge 10-2 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of what the odds makers predicted. He's put together a scary 6-round streak to put himself in a great position. Time for the reset. Phantom has been incredibly productive today with a 28-8 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it's not a surprise. We're seeing him dominate the pace here. It'll be a fight to see if Vortex can actually find some stability. Vortex had a chance to claw back into this, but Phantom is just refusing to let him gain any momentum. He shuts down the comeback attempt right there, putting himself just a single round away from the finish. Unbelievable! He closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He's just completely outclassed the competition today. That's another huge win for the world number 1. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc taking on Vortex in a match where the favorite looks to dominate. Vortex takes an early lead, quickly punishing Havoc for playing out of the Tetris blocks. Vortex is just simply too fast for him right now, making short work of the open space. The top 5 seed is showing exactly why he's the favorite. Havoc looks sharp from the ramp, keeping things tight early on. A tight contest so far, nearly mirroring there a few hours ago. Vortex is sitting on a career head-to-head lead of nearly 200 rounds over Havoc. And he's clearly leveraging that psychological edge to control the server right now. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can find a way to flip the script. We're all squared up at 3-all. He's showing plenty of confidence after that 13-7 victory earlier today. Vortex answers back immediately, shutting Havoc down from that high perch. A strong display from the 5th seed in the overall rankings. And we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. The top 5 seed is really feeling the pressure now. Havoc keeps the momentum swinging, controlling the pace from heaven to take a lead. The 5th rank looks completely shaken right now. A huge shot from the bottom to clear him off the ramp, extending the run to 3. Vortex pulls it back by knocking him out of heaven. Timely stop to prevent that momentum from snowballing. We've got a deadlock at 6, all heading into the break. I mean, Havoc is really refusing to back down. He's playing way above his expected level against a much higher ranked opponent here. Fresh start for both of them. Vortex edges ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. A tough stretch lately for the 5th seed. Vortex is definitely making the most of his 55% win rate on this layout. Well, it's a strong showing considering he's had a rough 24 hours overall. He needs this victory to get his confidence back. Vortex pulls further ahead now, holding a 2-round advantage. He is certainly putting that top 10 ladder standing to use. Havoc just managed to bring that gap back down to a single round, picking Vortex off the ramp. It's been a tough afternoon for the higher seeded player. Incredible. Havoc just clawed back to a 9-9 tie. The gap on the ladder is practically non-existent right now. He is taking total control from the Tetris, extending this burst to 3 straight. Vortex has definitely felt the weight of his recent losses today. Vortex recovers quickly to bring this series right back to a deadlock. He's really fighting to get his game on track tonight. Vortex is really starting to take over the server, finishing those encounters faster and faster. It's basically a coin flip now. Neither of these two is giving an inch tonight. He's really putting that top 11 standing to the test. Completely untouchable sequence by Vortex, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the map. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit, but the class difference finally showed through. He'll be gutted to let this one slip. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Havoc facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Phantom enters this match with a 27-8 record over the last day. He's bringing a huge amount of confidence into the series. It will be difficult for Havoc to find any answer if the current pace continues. Phantom is cruising with a commanding 2-1 lead. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to show. These early encounters have been incredibly short, and it's favoring the top seed right now. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely shut the door on Havoc now. The top seed is making this look effortless. Phantom's just relentlessly pushing the advantage, leading 4-2. He's really digging in here, picking up another point to keep the deficit manageable. He's really refusing to let the favorite pull away. Unbelievable. The momentum has completely shifted and we are all square at 4-4. Phantom quickly takes control of the match again, picking him off the ramp to move ahead. Phantom holds a massive lead in the head-to-head history with 947 total wins over his opponent. It's a psychological advantage that's really starting to weigh on Havoc right now. He'll need to find a spark fast to avoid a total collapse. He's showing some real grit here, securing another point for himself just before the players switch sides. A quick response to get back into this game. Phantom takes an 8-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty much how we expected. Havoc managed to put together a decent streak of his own, but the world #1 is still comfortably in the driver's seat. Let's see how they shake off the dust. Phantom continues to pull away, now sitting at 9-5. His form has been remarkably consistent across the board today. Havoc claws one back, narrowing it to 9-6. The rank 12 seed is fighting hard to close this gap. That was over before it even started. Phantom's reaction time in that last exchange was truly incredible. Phantom stretches his lead to 10-7 with that play. He's got a lot of ground to make up against the top seed. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange and keeps the momentum swinging his way. A really gritty way to pull back into... Wow, he's putting on a clinic right now, taking 3 straight to keep this series alive. The gap in ranking suddenly feels a lot smaller. A clean response here to kill the momentum and get back in front. The skill difference is staring him right in the face. A total shutdown of that attempt, and he is now just one step from victory. Game over. He clears out the ramp to close out the series. He's just on fire today. Another huge win for the top seed to keep that incredible run rolling. Welcome everyone. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex here on Italy. Let's see if the favorite can keep their lead. Phantom holds a commanding 61% all-time win rate against Vortex. So yeah, he's definitely the one expected to control the tempo today. I'm curious to see if he can actually translate that historical superiority into a clean sweep. Vortex is putting up a huge fight, leading 2-1. That's an impressive 28-8 record he's putting up today. Vortex is really starting to put some distance between himself and the top seed. Vortex is just relentless, pulling ahead 3-2. Our top-rated player isn't letting the gap stay this wide. Vortex really played that perfectly, using the wine to catch Phantom completely off guard. Phantom just reacted quickly to that peak, wiping out Vortex from the wine to bring it within one. Vortex is really punishing those angles, keeping that hold from the wine to secure another round. Vortex still maintains a slim edge at 5-4. He's looking sharp after that dominant 13-4 win in their last encounter. Phantom has completely taken control of the pace here, quickly erasing that early lead from Vortex. Absolutely untouchable right now. He is just shredding through these exchanges. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds right now. It looks like the upset is on the table after that strong 4-round surge from the underdog. Let's see if Vortex finds an answer. Phantom is barely clinging to a 1-round lead. That top 5 ranking is definitely starting to show for him. We are completely deadlocked now with both at 7. He's definitely making it look like a toss-up right now. Both players are reacting instantly right now. These exchanges are over before we can even blink. Phantom is really leaning into his 28-8 record from today. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this half. I wonder if Vortex has any answer for this kind of momentum. He's completely taken over the map, putting 4 straight in the bag. He's just outclassing everyone right now, moving to 12-7 and putting himself on the verge of victory. What a way to close it out. He shuts the door on this series. He's just on another level today, putting together an incredible run of games lately. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Today we have Havoc and Vortex facing off on fast aim in a great match. Havoc comes out firing, securing the opener in a fierce battle between the two boxes. An early spark for the man climbing the ladder from 12th. Vortex tried to gain an edge from the toolbox, but Havoc is just too quick today. The underdog is definitely making a statement early on. He's just taking control of the map, picking him off from the ramp to go up 3-0. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter. Vortex shows some grit here, quickly picking Havoc off the ramp. The favorite finally gets his first taste of blood. Havoc has a significant deficit in their lifetime. Head-to-head, a total of 602 wins to Vortex's 793. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle today. I wonder if he can maintain this lead and finally turn the tide in their rivalry. Vortex continues his response, picking the opposition off the box to keep the pressure high. The experience of the higher seeded player is starting to show. Havoc is really keeping the pressure on, utilizing the planks to stay one step ahead. His last two matches today have been quite a struggle. Havoc is just dominating, leading by a solid 3. A strong shift from the form he's shown in his last few series. Havoc just shuts him down on the ramp to secure another victory. That's a shocking look for the 5th ranked man on the board. He just refuses to let up, keeping the pressure on to extend his streak to 4. A complete flip from that close series they just finished. Havoc takes a huge lead heading into the break at 9-3. Well, the number 5 seed is looking completely lost. It's a shocking start for the favorite against an opponent who has struggled all day. Vortex needs to wake up fast. Another quick reaction from Havoc, catching him as he stepped up onto the ramp. It's a complete nightmare for the man who entered as the heavy favorite. Vortex is starting to find his footing, quickly picking Havoc off the ramp to stay in the fight. Havoc wins this. Another quick exchange, taking the win from the ramp and putting an incredible grip on this game. What a scramble. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he just clawed his way through to stand on the edge of victory. Vortex manages to get a clean shot off, denying the immediate finish. Still a huge mountain to climb for the higher seeded player. Boom! He secures the final kill from the wine box to seal the series. He really found a gear we haven't seen from him all day, making a huge statement with that run. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Phantom taking on Havoc today, with the top seed looking to keep his momentum going. Phantom is currently boasting a strong 29-7 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast to Havoc, who has been struggling to find any traction in his recent matches. The real question is if the top seed can turn that individual momentum into a quick series win. Unreal, he barely survives a brutal fight on the ramp to take a 2-1 lead. It's a surprising start for the number 11 seed. Incredible, Havoc clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to secure another win from the ramp. A massive shift in control for the number 11 seed. Absolute perfection there, he's just tearing through the competition right now. He catches the opponent right off those boxes to narrow the gap. The high seed is finally starting to show some teeth. He somehow manages to survive the onslaught and clears the ramp by a hair. He's really shaking the confidence of the world, number 1. What a fight! He barely escapes that scrap to close the gap to 3-5. He's refusing to let this slip away too easily. Havoc is just too quick today, easily picking him off the ramp to extend the lead. He's showing some real grit, digging deep to close this gap further. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked player to truly pull ahead. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that clash to pull within 1. He's just refusing to go away in this series. We're all square at 6-6, heading into the break. I mean, it's a closely contested start, but the top seed is still holding his own. Havoc is playing some gutsy defense to keep this match tight. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc has all the momentum now, putting a hard stop to that rally from the top seed. Looking back at their long history, the higher seed usually owns this match. Phantom has historically owned this rivalry with a 65% success rate. It's making this specific scoreline feel very strange. He's usually so consistent against him, so you have to wonder if the pressure is finally getting to the number 1 seed. Absolutely effortless. He's now leveled the score and continues his climb back into this game. The deadlock is officially broken, but the tension is still sky high. Havoc just barely keeps his narrow edge at 9-8. He's managing to hold his own despite the massive rating difference. A complete shutout there to bring the series all the way back to a draw. It is getting harder for him to maintain that favorite status. Havoc is leaning on that high ground to snatch back the lead. Everything's on the line now for the underdog to keep this lead. What a chaotic trade. He barely claws out of that disaster to hold on to his lead. He is just refusing to let the favorite pull away. A total shutdown of the opposition, putting the pressure squarely on the number 1 seed. Game over. Havoc secures the final kill and closes out the... He just completely defied the odds today to take down the world number 1 after that. History between them is just an insane result. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who comes out on top. Phantom has dominated the historical head-to-head, winning over 60% of their clashes. So we expect the league's #1 rated player to find a way back into this. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can hold on to this early lead. Vortex is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. His recent 28-8 record today shows exactly why he's so dangerous. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, extending that gap to 3 rounds. Vortex is simply relentless, cruising to a 4-1 lead. Vortex is completely disregarding the rating gap right now. He just deletes him from the box, pushing his lead to 5. This looks very different from their last meeting on AIM Italy P. Phantom finally finds an opening, knocking his opponent off the box. The top player in the league is finally waking up. There was an effortless exchange as the comeback effort continues to gain steam. Exactly the kind of response we wanted from the favorite. What a display of focus. He's completely turned the tide, picking up another clean kill to close the gap. Unbelievable. We've got a deadlock at 5-5 as he completely takes over the map. Total shift in power as the momentum swings wide. He just wipes him off the box to secure an incredible 5th straight victory. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he has really shaken off those early mistakes. Despite the poor start, the top seed is now firmly in the driver's seat. Time to see if the tide holds. Phantom edges ahead, gripping a slim 1-round advantage. Vortex is showing exactly why he belongs in that top 5 spot. And just like that, Vortex levels the playing field. Vortex is playing some inspired gaming right now. Tough battle of attrition, but Phantom manages to outlast him to regain a narrow lead. He needed to put some distance between himself and his opponent here. He quickly finds the angle and drops him off the box to keep this comeback rolling. He's absolutely on fire right now, outclassing his opponent in a blink to extend the lead. The momentum is completely in his favor now, securing a 4th straight win in a total blink. He is just unstoppable right now, moving within a single round of victory. This looks like a landslide for the heavy favorite. Absolute perfection to close it out. Phantom secures the victory and completes an incredible rally. Vortex really tried to make a statement early on, but his consistency just wasn't there today. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Vortex facing off on orange with the favorite looking to secure another win today. Vortex has held the overall edge in their history with 793 total wins. He's usually the one controlling the pace in this rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off this current slump to get things back on track. Both players were bleeding out in that exchange, but he manages to scramble through and keep the streak alive. Vortex is definitely feeling that 3-loss slump right now. He's simply too fast right now, taking a 4th straight round without taking any damage. Vortex finally answers back, surviving a gritty exchange to put a stop to the run. He just dismantles the opponent from the ramp, showing some real grit in this comeback effort. The underdog is starting to push back against the oddsmakers. He's on fire now, taking a 3rd straight to close the gap. The favorite is starting to look much more comfortable. Havoc recovers his footing quickly to push the lead to 5-3. Coming off a tough 3-game skid today. Havoc is playing with an incredible amount of confidence after that 13-5 win against Vortex earlier today. It's clearly throwing the higher rated player off his game. Vortex is usually the favorite in this pairing, but he's just not finding any answers for Havoc's aggression. Vortex quickly picks him off the ramp as the players head toward the break. That was a lightning fast end to the sequence. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, it's a total flip of the script. Vortex is usually the one taking the trophies in this pairing, but he's struggling to close out rounds today. Time to shake things up. Havoc keeps the pressure high, extending that lead to 8-5. Vortex is really struggling to find his footing today. Havoc is just cruising now, moving ahead to 9-5. Vortex is having a rough run today with those recent losses to Phantom. He's putting on a show now, shutting everything down to keep this hot streak going. The ladder a lot of times doesn't tell the whole story. A quick response from him to keep the gap from widening further. He's certainly fighting a tough battle against his overall record today. Havoc is just outclassing him in these individual face-offs today. Completely untouched encounter here as he moves to 12. A huge contrast to those early rounds we saw today. Vortex quickly fires back with a sharp shot to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting to prove those pre-match predictions correct. What a finish. Havoc closes out the final round to secure the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script on this map. Today, proving the rankings aren't always the full Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off on Mappas with the top seed looking to stay dominant. Havoc looked sharp there, using that ramp to secure the early lead. He's already got a recent win over the top seed. Phantom generally owns this matchup with a 65% win rate over the long term. It's strange to see him struggling this early when he usually has such a strong grip on the head-to-head. I wonder if he can settle in and recover his composure. Absolute deadlock now. Phantom and Havoc are perfectly tied. Tough stretch for the number 8 seed after a rough 24 hours. He's completely taken control of the match with 3 straight rounds. The top seed is looking far more like himself now. Havoc manages to secure the exchange, bringing the score back to a dead heat. A strong showing from the 8th seed so far today. Phantom edges ahead, but Havoc is right on his heels. He is definitely playing as his number 1 ranking suggests. Havoc manages to keep the upper hand from the ramp, refusing to let Phantom pull away. It's been a long day for the number 8 seed. Phantom holds a narrow lead as we head into round 9. Unreal. That was a total slugfest, and he barely walks away with a sliver of health. He's simply too fast right now, crossing the finish line into the break with a commanding lead. Phantom enters the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is basically exactly how we expected things to play out. He is playing slightly above his opponent, though Havoc is still keeping this close. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Phantom isn't letting his opponent breathe today, shutting down that container play to stretch the lead. The top seed is certainly feeling those 28 wins from earlier today. Havoc is showing some real grit here, shutting everything down with a completely clean exchange. That was a surgical finish to bring the score back within 2. Phantom looks back in command with a lead of 3. You know, his high ranking reflects a level of consistency that is starting to wear Havoc down. It'll take a massive swing in momentum for the 8th seed to get back into this. Phantom's pulling away now, extending that gap to 10-7. Havoc is refusing to go away, putting up another fight with an incredibly fast reaction. Both of these guys are reacting incredibly fast right now. The rounds are basically over as soon as they start. The #1 seed is finally asserting his authority. He shuts down the exchange on the ramp to put himself just one step from victory. A really dominant performance by our highest rated player today. He seals the deal right here with a final burst, taking the match victory. Havoc gave it a great shot early on, but just couldn't keep up with that kind of speed in the end. Welcome to the show. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex had a strong start, taking early control from the ramp. Vortex certainly looks eager to flip the script after that previous loss. Phantom uses that ramp advantage to take control of the series, keeping this a dead heat. The top seed is starting to find his footing. Phantom holds a huge overall advantage in their long-term rivalry, having won about 61% of their meetings. It's a stark contrast to the current scoreline, where Vortex is actually the one dictating the pace. It will be interesting to see if the world #1 can stabilize. Phantom just edges ahead, leading 3-2. The world #1 is certainly putting on a show today. He catches the opening from the wine box, and now his momentum is truly starting to build. The #1 seed is showing exactly why he sits at the top. Just an effortless burst to put another one on the board. It's a similar story to their last meeting on the dunes. Absolutely crushing it now as he extends his streak to 5 straight. He's simply in superior form compared to his opponent today. He secures another win from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging heavily in his direction. Vortex manages to knock him off the wine box to finally snap that run. He's had a rough day so far with a 15-21 record overall. Phantom has stayed incredibly sharp today with a 28-8 record over the last 24 hours. Well, he's showing that consistent top-tier form even as the lead starts to shrink. The real test now is whether he can shut down this late surge from Vortex. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's defying the pre-match odds. He's playing at a much higher level than the favorites predicted, showing why he's currently ranked #1. Vortex is refusing to go away, securing a completely clean round to stay within striking distance. He's fighting a tough battle against the odds right now. Phantom puts up another notch to move to 8-6. Vortex has really struggled to find his way today. Phantom really doesn't let the ramp positioning face him. He just keeps punching through. And he is back in control, shutting down any hope of a comeback with another perfect round. He's absolutely rolling now, shutting things down from the wine box to secure his 4th straight. He's just continuing the trend from their clash on the dunes. Unreal. He's pushed the lead to 12-6 and he's just 1 step away from victory. This is exactly the type of performance he's put up all week. And that's it. He closes out the map with a huge performance to take the series. He's just completely outclassed the competition today, and that speed on the final few rounds was just too much. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Havoc and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Vortex came out swinging there, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold the ramp. It's an early lead for the favored side. Havoc looks sharp today, making a quick play off the box to tie things up. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of those recent losses. Vortex holds a clear lead in their overall head-to-head records. It makes sense that he's starting strong here given how much success he's had against Havoc in the past. I wonder if he can turn this early momentum into a blowout. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. The number 5 seed needs to shake things up quickly. Havoc grabs the edge now, leading 3-2. He's really struggling to find his footing after those recent losses. Vortex looks very comfortable playing from the ramp, using that height to stay a step ahead. Expected from a player of his caliber on the ladder. Havoc just completely shuts him down on the ramp to push his lead further. Vortex has been struggling to find wins lately, a trend that continues. Vortex is playing extremely fast right now, quickly neutralizing Havoc while he was perched on the ramp. Vortex claws back to a 5-4 lead. He's definitely showing that top 5 rank on the ladder. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming his 3rd straight round. A tough spot for the lower seeded player to be in. Havoc manages to hold the momentum just before the side swap. He's finally shaking off that rough patch from earlier today. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's maintaining that edge, just as the analysts predicted. He has the skill advantage here, but Havoc is keeping the score respectable. Time to see if the tide turns. Havoc has had a rough run today with 11-24 record over the last day. He's fighting an uphill battle against his own recent form right now. It will be a massive task for him to close this gap before the match slips away. He just blasts him right off the ramp, showing some real grit in this comeback attempt. The underdog is starting to close the gap. Vortex is firmly in control at 9-6. He's showing why he belongs in the top 5 on the ladder. Vortex is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 10-6. The gap in their rankings is becoming a real factor here. Havoc manages to put his opponent down from the ramp, keeping things interesting. That was a much more drawn-out battle than the previous rounds. Vortex keeps the pressure on from the ramp, making it look like a really steep climb for Havoc now. What a fight, he barely edges it out as both players nearly went down together. That was a hair-thin escape to put himself right where he wants to be. And that's it. Vortex closes out the match with a clean sequence to take the victory. He really proved he's the superior player today, despite that earlier scare. Just a completely different level of precision. Welcome to the arena. We have Phantom taking on Havoc in a match where the favorite looks very strong today. Havoc catches him quickly on the Tetris to start things off. The top-rated player in the league is starting on the back foot. Phantom has won nearly 65% of their head-to-head encounters over the years. You know that historical dominance is really showing in how comfortably he's handling these early exchanges. It will be a huge challenge for Havoc to find a way to disrupt this flow. Phantom keeps this perfectly balanced, putting an end to Havoc's attempt to hold the high ground. The number 1 seed is quickly adjusting to the pace. Unreal. That was an absolute brawl between the two on the boxes, and Havoc barely walks away. We are dead locked up at 3 apiece. He's looking exceptionally sharp today, posting a 28-8 record so far. Havoc now holds a slender lead at 4-3. Havoc is playing with a lot of confidence after that tough loss to Vortex. We've reached a complete stalemate here. Neither player is able to string together a real advantage. Havoc secures a tight lead, using those Tetris blocks to peek out and grab the advantage. Havoc is really defying the odds here, especially since he walked into this match with a poor 11-24 record over the last day. It's surprising to see him this comfortable, and the rating gap between the two is so significant. He has to find a way to maintain this pressure before Phantom reacts. We are all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a very disciplined start from both sides. Despite the ratings gap, Havoc is holding his own and making this a true battle. Let's see who hits their mark first. Havoc edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 13. It's a bit of a surprise given the massive gaps in their ratings. Havoc's extending that lead to 2, really imposing himself. Hard to believe how much the momentum has shifted since their last encounter. Phantom quickly read the position and shut him down on the Tetris to pull within 1. He's definitely proving why he holds the top spot right now. Havoc stays firmly in control with the 9-7 lead. It's a total flip from their most recent meeting on Mapas. Both players decided to fight for that same ramp, and Phantom came out on top to tie it up. Phantom seems to be getting his composure back. Havoc keeps the upper hand, leading 10-8. His overall win percentage is much lower than the man he's facing. Phantom's closing in, but Havoc still grips a 10-9 lead. It's a stark contrast to the way Havoc struggled against Vortex earlier. Phantom is finally putting a grip on the server, erasing that early lead Havoc worked so hard for. Both players are now fighting on even ground. Havoc is refusing to let the pressure get to him, keeping this series incredibly tight. Flawless exchange that puts Havoc just 1 round away from victory. It's an incredible display of poise for someone who normally struggles on the ladder. What an absolute finish! Havoc secures the final round and claims the victory. Absolutely unbelievable. He's finally managed to tear through that win streak the top seed had going today. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Phantom and Vortex are stepping up for this duel, with Phantom entering the match as the favorite. Phantom really holds a strong historical advantage with that 61% win rate against Vortex. He's definitely the superior force on the ladder, but the early lead shows he's not completely in control yet. We'll see if the top seed can recover his composure. Phantom's now a single point clear as we reset. He's certainly living up to that top seed ranking right now. Vortex is keeping this tight, refusing to let Phantom take a commanding lead early on. He's coming off a tough 15-21 stretch over the last day. Vortex takes the lead, leaving Phantom chasing from behind. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece after that brawl. The number 1 seed is proving a bit too much for the challenger. Vortex is looking dangerous right now, showing that he can certainly hang with the best in the league. Vortex has actually put up an impressive 15-21 record throughout his matches today. It means he's putting in a lot of work in the server, and that high volume of play seems to be paying off in his confidence right now. Vortex holds a 2-round cushion as we enter double digits. We're back to a 1-round difference. Both of these guys are fighting tooth and nail for every single point. The top seed is starting to find his... We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, it's basically a toss-up right now. Vortex is really holding his own despite Phantom coming in as the heavy favorite today. Fresh start for both players now. Vortex barely edges ahead as we kick off round 13. Vortex is showing he can certainly trade blows with the best player in the league. A complete stalemate now with both at 7. He's looking much stronger than his latest match against Havoc. That was a quick exchange. Vortex is really putting the pressure on and forcing this match into a real scrap. Vortex extends his lead to a 2-point gap. Vortex looks incredibly steady for the 5th ranked player in the league. Another rapid fire exchange, and he simply outduels Phantom to extend the gap. He's completely taken over the server, securing his 4th straight victory in a row. Phantom gets the reaction time just right to stop the momentum shift. He's clearly starting to wake up after that loss to Havoc. Vortex shuts that down instantly and is now just a single point away from victory. It's getting harder for the favorite to claw his way back into this. Unbelievable. Vortex seals the deal with a perfect final shot to close out the series. He completely rewrote the script for this series to take down the top seed. Like, that is just incredible. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Vortex enters as the favorite, but Havoc is ready to fight back in this 1v1 match. Vortex has a strong historical advantage, having won over 57% of their total encounters. That a deep familiarity is clearly paying off with how he's starting this one. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can close that gap today. Vortex manages to push Havoc right off the box to take control of the early game. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will. Vortex is rolling right now, leading 3-1. He looks just as sharp as he did in their last encounter. Havoc finally closed back to trail by just one. He's a top 10 player on the ladder for a reason. Havoc has completely turned the tide here, locking in 2 straight rounds to bring us level. The underdog is putting on quite a show right now. Vortex holds a slender 4-3 lead as we restart. The higher ranked competitor is keeping things steady. And just like that, Havoc forces a dead heat. A real clash of titans with the top 5 essentially colliding. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, making the most of this quick momentum shift. We've reached a complete stalemate at 5 apiece. Vortex is certainly playing like the high-rated competitor he is. Vortex is really putting on a clinic right now, quickly taking Havoc down from the box. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their last set. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see. Havoc is proving that he can trade blows with the number 5 seed on this map, keeping the score completely even. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc takes a narrow lead, edging ahead 7-6. He's coming in with a decent 56% success rate on this specific layout. Havoc is currently on a real roll with a 3-round streak. Well, it's a massive shift from the typical trend where Vortex dominates the head-to-head. This is exactly the kind of momentum Havoc needs to overcome that long-term deficit. Vortex manages to shut that momentum down completely, answering back with a quick, flawless shot. That was an absolute slugfest, but the resilience of the favorite shows as he manages to claw back another round. He is simply outclassing him right now, securing another fast victory to even things up. Havoc manages to dig himself out of a hole to secure the 10th round. The top 10 presence is definitely showing on both sides of the map. What a scrap. Vortex barely survives with a sliver of health to pull this one back to 10-all. He is refusing to buckle under the pressure, taking another round to pull ahead by 1. Total control from him on this one. He's now just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! Vortex storms back to seize the victory, ending the match on a high note. He really had to dig deep for that one, but his consistency in the clutch was just too much. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom taking on Havoc today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history with over 900 wins. The numbers definitely favor the top seed, but Havoc is the one who actually took the most recent meeting between these two. It will be interesting to see if that previous victory gives him any confidence here. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely in control right now. Havoc responds immediately with a sharp read, refusing to let the lead grow. Phantom is just cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's clearly the top seed in this tournament for a reason. A complete shutdown on that one. He's refusing to back down as the deficit shrinks. He's refusing to go away, digging in to pull the score within one. The pressure is really starting to build on the favorite now. Phantom has managed a strong 26-10 record over the last day. Well, he's showing a lot more stability than the results we saw in his previous matches. It will be a fight to see if Havoc can disrupt that momentum before the lead gets too high. Havoc quickly picks him off the wine, successfully leveling the map. Phantom makes the play happen, flushing Havoc out of the Tetris position. The top seed is really trying to assert his dominance here. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Havoc is keeping this competitive, but the world number one is just a bit too steady. Let's see if Havoc can pivot. Phantom pulls ahead further, now sitting at 8-5. That number one ranking is certainly starting to show. Both players dealt significant damage, but the underdog comes out on top to keep this contest alive. Phantom extends his grip to 9-6. The top seed is clearly regaining his composure now. Phantom's up 10-6, putting the squeeze on Havoc. It's becoming a lot harder for the 9th ranked player to find an answer. Havoc is reacting quickly today. He's not letting those recent rounds slide by without a fight. He is putting up a serious fight, taking another round to keep this clash intense. It's exactly the kind of variance we saw in their last head-to-head. Another perfect round for the challenger, who is now completely owning this stretch. What a turnaround. He's clawed all the way back to tie this series up. The confidence shift here is absolutely palpable. A fast response from the favorite to hold that momentum shift. He's back in the driver's seat and just needs a single victory to wrap this up. Exactly what you expect when you're facing the top seed. Unreal. He closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't close the gap at the end. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we've got an exciting match on Fast Aim today featuring Phantom and Vortex. Phantom enters this one with an incredible head-to-head lead of 22-24 wins. It's a huge cushion, but we know Vortex has actually taken the most recent matches between them. He'll be looking to keep that momentum going to challenge the top seed. He is just taking over right now, claiming a third straight round. The top seed is making this look simple right now. He is absolutely crushing the opening of this set, moving to a flawless 4-0 start. Vortex was expected to have the upper hand coming into this one. Vortex answers back with a quick shot to put a dent in that run. He's showing plenty of grit, keeping the pressure on to narrow that gap. The confidence is definitely returning for the underdog here. The comeback is gaining steam, with Vortex securing his third straight victory. Phantom steps back in charge, ending that run with a clean shot. Phantom is making the most of that vertical advantage, securing another win from the toolbox. He really looks like the world #1 right now. Vortex shuts him down on the ramp to keep this rally alive. Vortex is definitely fighting to prove he belongs in the top tier. He's staying strong, closing out another round to keep the pressure mounting heading into the switch. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everyone expected Vortex to steamroll this series, but the underdog is holding his own perfectly. He's playing very composed right now. Time to see if the lead holds. Phantom has definitely found some stability after a tough run of games. Seeing him climb to 26-10 in the last day suggests this momentum is finally shifting back in his favor. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out quickly. Phantom is just too quick, catching Vortex right in the window to extend his lead. The current world #1 is starting to assert his authority. Vortex just tore through him, showing zero signs of slowing down this recovery. The underdog is refusing to let his opponent pull away. Phantom holds a commanding 3-round lead at 10-7. He's showing that elite member ranking right now. Perfect reaction from the ramp as he keeps clawing back into this match. He's certainly proving he can trade blows with the best. Phantom just put the hammer down, catching Vortex as he tried to peek from the ramp. That 5th seed is really feeling the heat now. Absolute precision. That's 2 in a row for the top seed. And now he's just 1 round away from victory. What a finish. He closes out the set with an effortless headshot to secure the victory. He really tightened his grip on this one. Vortex gave it everything, but it's hard to sustain that pace against the best in the world. Welcome to the show, everyone. Havoc and Vortex are facing off on red line, where the favorite looks to secure another victory. Vortex has won about 57% of their lifetime matchups, so this initial round loss is a bit of a shock given the overall history. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually maintain this pressure. Vortex is really capitalizing on that height advantage, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. Vortex has been a tough wall for him to climb today. We're all squared up as we head into round 5. He's really fighting for that top spot against one of the best players in the league. Havoc is on a roll right now, taking control from the ramp to extend his lead. Vortex had all the momentum after their recent win on the dunes. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece as we reset. Havoc is really making a point of holding those ramp angles today, pushing his lead further. He's putting in a huge shift after the tough loss on the dunes. Havoc is currently sitting at a 12-23 record for the day, and honestly, he's clearly fighting an uphill battle with his overall form. It'll be interesting to see if he can push this lead even further despite the tough start to his session. Havoc is showing a lot of resilience here, consistently shutting down Vortex's attempts to secure the ramp. That's a big shift for someone usually playing the underdog role. Havoc edges ahead with a narrow 1-round lead. The 5th ranked player is starting to show his class. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, and honestly the underdog is playing far above expectations here. Havoc has completely neutralized the gap in skill we saw on paper before the start. Fresh start for both of them. Vortex just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 7-6. The higher rated player is starting to flex his muscle here. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, putting distance between himself and Havoc with those 2 back-to-back rounds. Vortex is comfortably back in control of this pair. Havoc manages to shut things down quickly from those boxes, keeping this series incredibly tight. Neither player has truly dominated their most recent set of games. Vortex is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. The top-seeded player is looking much more comfortable now. Vortex holds a slim 1-point advantage heading into 17. The momentum is shifting for the man currently sitting 9th on the ladder. Vortex is really starting to tighten the screws here, making it very difficult for Havoc to string together a run. Vortex maintains a razor-thin margin as we hit 19. Cleanest play we've seen in a while. And just like that, Havoc brings us back to a deadlock. The gap in their ratings hasn't mattered one bit today. Unbelievable. He just completely seized the wheel here with 3 consecutive victories. A complete reversal from the results we saw earlier today. Vortex answers back by picking him off the ramp to bring this match level. Both players are absolutely locked in for this closing stretch. Absolute chaos there, but he survives the shootout to put himself on the verge of victory. He's completely locked in for this closing stretch. What a finish. Vortex takes the game with a perfect shot from the box. That was a total nail-biter. Havoc really pushed him to the absolute brink after that fast reaction on the opening round. Truly a battle. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Phantom and Havoc are ready to face off, though Phantom enters this one as the clear favorite. Havoc jumped right out of the gate with a fast reaction from the ramp to take the lead. Phantom has an all-time win rate of 63% in these matchups. It's a huge advantage to have on paper, but we're seeing Havoc disregard the history entirely now. We have to see if the top seed can actually pivot his strategy. Havoc is absolutely dominating this set with a 3-1 lead. The momentum is swinging back and forth, and we're suddenly looking at a very tight contest here. Phantom has looked strong today, putting up a 25-10 record. Phantom is starting to put the pressure on, cleaning up the play from the Tetris to bring things level. He's proving far too consistent throughout this series. Havoc holds a slim edge at 4-3 right now. Hard to believe the top-rated guy is playing from behind here. Phantom is really capitalizing on those vertical angles, using that Tetris spot perfectly to keep the score locked. He's proving precisely why he's top of the ladder. Havoc really likes the Tetris spot, utilizing the high ground to secure another close round. Havoc is fighting back after a tough loss on Italy. Havoc is really finding his footing, catching Phantom on the ramp to extend his lead. The 95th overall win in this rivalry really feels distant right now. That was a complete brawl, and Havoc manages to emerge victorious to keep this run going. This is a surprising look for someone who entered as the clear favorite. We go to the break with Havoc leading 7-5. I mean, it's a huge shock to see the #1 player in the world struggling to close this out. Havoc is playing the role of spoiler perfectly right now. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom earns a clean victory here, showing a lot of heart to keep this fight alive. He's fighting to get back to that baseline after a rough start. Incredible poise from Phantom, utilizing the ramp to finally bring things dead even. Everything is essentially reset for these two right now. He's completely taken over the server now, leading the series 8-7. He's completely out of control now, taking his 4th straight for a commanding lead. Havoc manages to answer back immediately, preventing the slide from getting worse. A clutch response for someone playing from the 99th percentile. Pure deadlock now as Phantom and Havoc sit tied up. Quite a turnaround from where he was after that loss to Vortex. He secures another from Heaven, taking complete control of the pace again. This is a complete reversal of their last encounter on Italy. Absolutely crushing it. He extends the lead to 11-9 with a completely untouched victory. A massive shift for the #9 seed right now. He's refusing to go away, securing another fast exchange to close the gap. A completely clean look here, and he's now managed to force a draw. It's a dead heat, which is exactly what we wanted to see. He manages to pick him off the Tetris and now holds match point. Havoc just barely squeezed through that exchange. Unreal. He digs deep to force a stalemate and sends us straight into overtime. Absolutely nerve-wracking way to enter the extra frames. Just a blink of an eye and it's over. The speed of these exchanges is getting absolutely wild. A massive result for someone currently sitting in the 9th spot. What a way to hold the line. He secures a gritty victory from the box to bring us to a deadlock. Good heavens, what a scramble. He barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health to keep this surge going. He's really showing his nerves of steel in these high pressure trades. The tension is peaking, neither player is willing to give an inch in this overtime battle. The 9th ranked player is refusing to crumble under this pressure. He just keeps absorbing the pressure. Stepping up once again to reach match point. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed in these final frames. Unbelievable. He closes it out with an effortless strike to secure the series. Havoc fought until the very last second, but the top seed just had too much experience to let this slip away. What a match!